permission of those in the frame. So just keep that in mind. That includes the presenter. So no pictures unless the presenter doesn't mind or says that they don't mind. And that applies to the audience as well in particular and anyone else outside. Yeah, so with that in mind, we are ready to begin with our first presentation this morning. I'm a machine and you should trust me, the future of non-human identity. Dwayne McDaniel is handling that for us. Is Dwayne here or has he stepped out?
I'm right here.
Oh, is he there? Oh, there he is. Thanks. Thanks.
Yay.
Yay. Let's hand over to Dwayne. Thanks.
Give it up for Dimitri, everybody. Awesome thing. Thank you all for being here. And wow, I can't believe it's already here. I can't believe that BSides Las Vegas is already snuck up on us. It feels like it was just a couple months ago that I was so exhausted after the best week of Hacker Summer Camp I've ever spent in my life. And here we are again, and I'm so honored and privileged to be here. I'm also speaking tomorrow, and I'm just profoundly, profoundly grateful to be here. I just kind of want to say that up front. If you want these slides, I highly recommend it because I talk fast. I have 87 of them, and I have 45 minutes. I don't know how to pare down, not to be ironic, but I don't know how to pare down things. I miss Pear. I wish he was here this year. So the tiny URL, that's where you can get them. I don't QR code things, so just tiny URL, preview if you want. That's why I like their service. You can preview things. With that, let's get going. I need a volunteer who is willing to do a stupid little thought experiment with me. Just raise your hand. You don't have to get up. Just somebody, audience. Anybody? Right there, front row, since you raised your hand first. All right, ring, ring. You pick up your phone. Hi. This is your power company, and it's summer. If you stop using as much electricity, we're going to give you a discount on your phone bill. Here's a 1-800 number. You can check it on the website. Give us a call back if you got any questions. Would you trust that phone call? No. I would, because I get that phone call all the time. I called them back one time. It's like, hey, is this for real? I'm like, yeah, we give discounts for using less power in the summer. Makes sense. It's like, but there's like, it's plausible, right? There's a plausibility to that overall. Versus ring, ring.
Hello.
Congratulations, you've won an all-expenses-paid trip to the island dream of your choice. All we need to get started is your credit card to hold your reservation, sir.
No, thank you.
Yeah, you wouldn't trust it. Your gut instincts are dead right. And thank you for being brave. Here is a home copy of a game I made called Spot the Secrets. It's an exercise. We can talk about it later. See, that's what you get for being brave, people. I also have prizes later, so be aware. So that's a human. Humans have this fundamental built-in BS detector that says, wait a minute, something don't sound right. Or, wait a minute, you gave me something that sounds a little too good to be true, but I can verify that. There's a number. It matches what I can find online. I can call it back. Huh, okay. I will trust that based on I can verify it. Computers don't work that way. If I am a person that writes a API request that says, give me all the users, and the bearer token checks out, guess what? That resource is going to give me all the users because the bearer token checked out. There's no MFA, there's no gut check. And that's the fundamental difference between a human and a non-human. Humans aren't just a series of running processes, and for our intents and purposes, non-humans are. Why am I giving a talk about non-humans? Well, because in 2022, CyberArk said, hey, we're outnumbered in the identity factor by non-humans by about 45 to 1. For every human you need to authenticate, there are 45 non-humans that have some kind of authentication mechanism going on that gets to a resource or something. Here's 2025. We think it's closer to 100, but we don't really know. Research says it's somewhere between 70 and 150, depending on which report you read. There's a bunch floating out there because a lot of people are obsessed with this right now. But we live in the world of agentic AI now. And I don't know about you, but I have never seen us deploy this much stuff this fast in my entire life. But again, I come from old school days of like Drupal and FTP, where you rolled out once every 3 weeks. That was considered really fast. I remember 6 months was like, hey, that's pretty normal to release rate. Now it's like, you're not releasing every 3 seconds? Like, what's wrong with you? But what are we releasing? We're releasing more of these. So that's why I'm giving this talk, is to, can we get a handle on this? Can we get ahead of this? And I think the answer is probably, but we got to act, and we got to act quick, and we got to figure out how to talk to each other about this. So briefly, I'm Dwayne. I came here from Chicago. This is, like I said, my third one of these, probably my 150th talk in the security space over the last couple of 3-4 years of my life. I help people figure stuff out. That's my entire mission in life. If I can help you today, I'll be doing my job. Check out my repo podcast, the Security Repo Podcast. We handle everything you can think about in security, from red teaming to blue teaming to people just getting started, to 20-year veterans, Jason Haddix to Tanya Janka, to people you never heard of who I met in my local community and I thought they had a really cool story. Hit me up on Instagram, or not Instagram, sorry, LinkedIn, or just email me. Blue Sky also works. I'm on the socials, Mastodon, not X anymore for obvious reasons. Let's move on. Oh, I also work at GitGuardian. That will come up later, but it's not really what to talk about. If you didn't get a sticker earlier, by the way, with the GitGuardian thing, I do have more stickers with that owl on it. Hit me up afterward. Happy to give you some. All right, so let's get back to why I think this is important. So last year, CyberArk came out with this report, and I promise I do not work for CyberArk. I promise I just like the research. They said 93% of organizations had one or more identity-related breaches in the past year. So what does that mean, identity-related? This actually threw me for a loop, and I had to go do some thinking and research and actually talk to some people I know over at CyberArk. I won't name drop, but they helped me figure it out. Like, it's anytime someone assumes the identity of someone else to do something. That's it. If you're assuming a human identity, that means you're taking over their account and you're acting on their behalf. Here's a fun one from back in May when I first was putting these slides together for a different version of this talk. This just happened to happen. So a paid WordPress theme just let anybody reset passwords, including on admin accounts, which means you could then act as the admin and do whatever you wanted on the account. So that's a classic, human takeover. Phishing's another one where we got your account and we got into your 360 mailbox or whatever you call it. We got in your Gmail. We're acting as you. But again, 45 to 1 in 2022 and 100 to 1 right now, we think, estimate. And this is much far more likely. I am assuming the identity of this non-human entity to do something. Well, this entity was supposed to be set up to go and pull images or go and check things into GitHub. Now I can use it to delete repos or clone those repos and send them anywhere I want, or exfil data, or do things like this. Just a couple examples that, if you got the slides in the speaker notes, there's links to these actual articles. But we'll steal an API key and get in and do whatever we want. As an attacker, I love this because I don't have to know anything about exploiting vulnerabilities. I don't have to know 0 days. I barely have to be functionally literate to put an API key in the right place on a CLI call. I just do. We got to remember that we're not dealing with humans for the most part anymore when it comes to identity. So all the conversations we have about IAM, PAM, passkeys, FIDO, all awesome stuff. I am for passkeys 1,000,000%. I can convince someone to put their thumb on a screen and unlock a stupid long number that they'll never see that gets rotated on the regular behind the scenes way more often than I can convince someone to download Authenticator. I personally don't like Authenticator, even though I know it's like mandatory I need to use it. It's just like, man, I gotta use Authenticator. Ah, god dang it, pull out my phone. So when we say non-human, the fundamental problem with that is it's like saying there's only two things in the whole world, a potato and not a potato. It's not really that helpful. So there's humans and non-humans. What do we really mean by that? Well, it could mean the floor. It could mean the Wi-Fi network. It could mean a car. It could mean an IoT device. It could mean a lot of things. I work in the world of application security. I just do. I'm an OWASP fanboy. I'll get to them in a second. But I really, really, really like the IETF's, the Internet Engineering Task Force definition. I'll talk about Whimsy a little bit later, just briefly, not gonna get into the depths of it, but they have a really succinct concept of workload. It is a running instance of software executing something for a purpose. That's it. It can run for seconds, it can run for years, part of a larger system normally, but it needs to communicate with those other parts of the system. OWASP, on the other hand, came out with this definition back in January or December and said, what we mean is part of a larger application, something that needs to be identified. It's not a human. They go on to say, well, this is often associated with secrets. It needs to have an authentication mechanism to go from I can't do work to now I got the data and I can do the work. Makes sense. We got to authenticate to do stuff. And before I go any further, I just need to make a caveat. I've been talking about this stuff for so long and so much that the words token, credential, secret, API key, password, database connection URL all mean the exact same thing in my head. And I know there's semantic differences, and I apologize up front, but I'm going to say secret and credential interchangeably for the rest of this, and I don't know I'm doing it. So what I mean by that is this. And yes, we can get to a world of PKI and short-lived JOTs, and hopefully I'll get to that a little bit later and get away from this. But by and large, when I'm talking about secrets, I'm talking about that problem of we hard-coded a thing, a string, and said, yep, that's how we're going to connect. The obvious implication is if anybody finds this code, then they can use that exact same string to do whatever the hell they want. This comes from about 2 months ago now when I asked ChatGPT, like, give me an example API call, like that in a Python script. And here's what it told me to do. Notice how it didn't say call an environment variable. Notice how it didn't say call into the vault. No, it's like your access token here. Now, I have been doing development. I got a gray beard. I've been around for a while and know, like, okay, that's silly, but it's telling me, okay, generally this is how it's sculpted. Do most people know that? Do most people know that this is a dumb idea?
Not based on what I'm seeing.
Yeah, not based on what I'm seeing either. I'm not against AI. I totally love AI. I use ChatGPT almost daily for various things. But I kind of use I use Wikipedia for reference for non-critical stuff. Like, sure, it got a little wrong, but that's cool. I was just playing around with an idea anyways, bouncing ideas off. But if I'm going to put something in production, it better pass all my other tests, and it better meet the standards that I'm going to put in production. And my worry with all of these assist bots, co-pilots and whatnot, are that we're not having that human conversation. But that's a whole other talk I give, and I'm going to get off that horse. We know that this problem of people hard-coding credentials is getting way worse because, well, we can just look in public to see this, which is a self-feeding system because guess where all of these co-pilots and whatnot are being trained on? This. And on here, my company puts out this report every year. This isn't a sales pitch. Please go download this report. You can do it over Tor. I promise we're not going to ask for anything from you. We just want this information out there. It's a free PDF. Just go click the button. We don't ask for nothing. Again, do it through an anonymous window if you want. So here's game time. For a fabulous prize, we're going to play a Price is Right kind of game. How many secrets do you think we found added to GitHub? And if you already know, do not answer. How many secrets do you think we found added to GitHub Public just in the year 2024? From the beginning of the year 2024 to the end of the year 2024, how many secrets do you think we found in public? And I need hands. Otherwise, this isn't going to work. And it's Price is Right style.
50 million.
50 million.
500,000.
500,000.
100 million.
100 million.
1 million.
1 million. 60 million. $1, Bob. Other than that. 1 million 4.
Infinity plus 1.
Infinity plus, wow, that'd be a cool number. Well, the good news is it's not as high as some of you were guessing, but it is 23.77 million. So who got the closest? You're going to have to be honest with me because I don't remember. No, 50 is over.
Was it 1 million?
You said 1 million. All the way in the back, I can't throw it that far, but you want a stuffed octopus. It's not stuffed. A crocheted octopus that's red team plus blue team put together. The two materials. I crocheted on the plane. Come up later, and we'll get it. I do that for that specific purpose of, wow, that's kind of a fun way to break terrible news, because this is not good. And it is like 4.6% of all repos. So you can do this too. You can play this game too. You can just go to api.github.com/events and look at the feed. It's public. It's in the name of the product. You can just read the feed. Go look at every commit, scan it for a secret. Or anything that becomes public that was private, scan it for a secret. 25% growth year over year. And we have changed methodologies, but even accounting for the old methodologies, it still grew 25%. And the report goes into great detail of how we did the methodologies on it. The most horrifying part of this to me, also just to finish the thought, we do send an email immediately upon seeing a secret to the committer. So please sign your commits with actual emails you check, please, because there are good people in the world that are trying to say, hey, you might have done this by accident. Please don't do that. We're one of those people. The horrifying part to me was we do validation checks on all these secrets. That's not the horrifying part. If we can validate, we validate and say, hey, does this work or not? It's non-intrusive call into the system, say, hey, does this work or not? And if it does, we say, well, that's a valid secret. We went back to 2022, all the data we've had then from those findings, it said, okay, all the ones we found valid, let's take a subset. So we found 11,000, we just took a random 11,000 that were valid in 2022. Retested them in January 2025, and 70% came back as still valid. Yeah. Which kind of makes the data from Verizon's DBIR make a little more sense. I don't know who has not read the Verizon DBIR this year. You can be honest. It's free. It's an awesome report. It's written by humans for humans. It's the best 2-hour read you'll have this year. The press release is good, but there's jokes all throughout. My favorite one I think is on page 14 or 18. It's like, and just like in the land of the Fae, names have meaning here. It's footnote 13 is a callback to footnote 11 from the previous year. Yeah, fun. Anyway, I like talking about the fun parts because 22% of all initial access vectors for breaches is credential abuse. People finding these keys and just getting in. Exploitation of vulnerabilities is close second. Phishing's fallen down. Yeah, well, wait a minute. Phishing is how you get human access. This is definitely riding on the backs of web infrastructure. People are attacking the non-humans because there's just so many more of them, and we have secured them so poorly, and there's no MFA, and there's overscoped, and they live forever by default, and we see the numbers for how fast rotation happens. Here's Verizon's independent thing. They say 94 is the number of average days after the breach is known. So we put out this other report. Again, CyberArk, don't work for them, but they keep popping up. We did a report with them back in 2024, and we asked I'll put that back up for a second. If you want a voice practitioner, we call it. We asked over 1,000 IT professionals a bunch of questions, and 75% said, hey, we got strong confidence in our secret management capability. And then we said, how long did it take to remediate a secret? And they're like, oh, we think about 27 days. Nope, we're pretty sure that's not right. We're pretty sure that's not right. Yeah. And then same exact people said only 40% of developers reported follow security best practices. So I don't know. This is survey data. You can trust it only so far. So what do we do? What do we do? That's the horrifying first half of the talk. Apologies for making people uncomfortable or scaring people. That's why I do it with a little bit of levity. What do we do? Well, I can't overstress this part enough. Be like this little bird. Breathe. Eat. Remember, you are human. You are a person, first and foremost. If we lose sight of the fact that all of security is about human beings, including you, including your health and mental health, we've lost the game. We can fight 0 days until we're dead. We're never going to win security. All we can do is keep supporting each other. BSides is really important for that, getting together and seeing each other face to face. You're no longer just a screen name here. You're no longer just an anonymous person out there fighting the good fight as well. We're here together, and that means something, God damn it. So you take care of you first. Put your oxygen mask on first. Breathe. Realize, look, we can do our best effort. We can fight this fight together, and we can make the world a better, secure place so developers can go home to their kids and not have to worry about this at 3 in the morning. That we can have jobs tomorrow because we did it right enough. That the attackers got to us and said, wow, all the easy paths are hard. Not here, are here. All the easy paths are blocked. I'm gonna have to do some backflips to get in here. I can move somewhere else. But breathe first. And then look to OWASP. I'm OWASP fanboy, so forgive me. But they put out this back, again, December, January, this came out, the OWASP non-human identity top 10 risk something. Let's look it up. That's a lot of stuff, and I'm not going to laundry list it to you. I have a talk tomorrow where we're going to go through this a little more in depth about how to talk to developers about all this stuff. But I think it basically falls into these 3 broad categories that we really have to get a handle on. One of them is really hard, And it's going to be the challenge. I'm going to challenge everyone to walk out of this room and think about how to go about the rest of your job and the rest of your career. The second one's pretty straightforward. And that's the one I'm going to spend the most time on because that one's the easiest one to talk about. And, well, I like talking about things that are easy. The last one is only going to get more complex, but good news, there are tools on the way, and tools aren't the solution for everything, but tools can help. Tools are part of the solution. So I say 3 pillars of NHI governance on this screen. I'll say something else later, but I firmly believe this is how all good programs work. I've always believed this, and I always will believe this. It's a virtuous cycle where you raise awareness with the right people, make a plan, put processes in place to say this is how we're going to do this, then, and only then, go out and acquire the tools you need to get the job done. And once you have the tools, train the people on how to use those tools properly, using the processes you set forth, and then refine the whole thing in a virtuous cycle, a feedback loop, if you will, a DevOps and Agile loop to say, this is how we're going to solve this, and keep refining and keep refining and keep refining. But if you don't start with raising awareness, getting people on the same page of what we need to get done, it ain't going to get done. And that comes down to ownership. You ever want to scare an IT team? Walk in and say, who owns Active Directory? The answer should be somebody. The answer should be a very specific point person in the company. Who owns PAM? Who owns Okta? Go to your HR teams, like, who owns onboarding? And they go, well, what do you mean? Maybe they have an answer. Hopefully they have an answer. But if we go through this list, it's like, all right, devs introduce these NHIs a lot. They put the calls to the APIs. They have to authenticate to things. DevOps builds the infrastructure that's all the pieces talking to each other. Do they own it? Well, they created it. Devs have a pretty high turnover rate, so you hope they're still around. DevOps, hopefully operations does have a plan for contingency on this stuff, right? Well, guess who goes to jail if you get a breach because of something they did? Not these guys. Maybe it's the exec team. And the exec team ultimately is responsible for everything in your company. I firmly believe that. It's their job, but their job is also to manage risk. And security, in their opinion, is just one more risk and a whole litany of sea of risk. Maybe it's your IAM owner. Maybe you have this person. Maybe you're big enough to. IANS, the group that studies executive pay, I forget what this stands for, but IANS said from stage a couple years ago that it's not until companies hit about the 5 billion revenue mark that they're big enough to justify having somebody that owns IAM outright that reports to a C-level. So it'd be a CISO or the CIO or the CTO or maybe CEO or maybe board. But this person should exist. Somebody should be responsible to drive the conversation forward so they don't maybe outright own everything. But unfortunately, it means everybody owns it, which means nobody owns it right now. And this is the conversation that's hard. All right, how do we rally this? How do we get budget for this? How do we improve this across the team? Because this is how they're getting in. We can spend all the money on all the EDX, EDR, all the endpoint solutions, all the lockdown of everything, all the technical solutions in the world. But if we're just throwing out the passwords for all of these NHIs we're creating at a rapid rate because the AI keeps telling us to do it, why? Why do we even bother? If I can log in, I don't care about your firewall. So how do we have that conversation, drive it forward? I think it does boil down to having the conversation of like what even is ownership here. I like Ann Lander's version of it. She stole it from somebody else, but that's where I read it first, so I'll credit Ann Landers here. I won't read the whole list to you, but open it, close it, turn it on, turn it off. What's your sunset policy on this API? How long does this secret live? Who wrote down those questions? Where is that policy? Where's the governance model around it? And that's the challenge I want everybody to go out here thinking. Like, all right, technically, we can do this, but who drives it? How do I have that conversation with the rest of my team? That's all I'm going to harp on today. Come back to my talk tomorrow, and we talk way more in detail about how to have that conversation with developers and drive them. Let's talk about the easier one, the one with a very straightforward set of technical solutions that I'll speed up now. How do we get DevOps and dev people to stop doing this? Because if you just send them a ticket, say, all right, you leaked a secret, rotate it. Guess what's going in the code? The exact same thing that I just did because there's no other better methodology. So I'm going to talk long term, and I'm going to talk short term. In the long term, we have solutions. We are going to move things to the world of identity, federated identities, and ephemeral secrets. And we're already doing it. We've been doing it for a decade. Google's been doing this for a decade. It's called SPIFFE, Secure Production Identity Framework for Everyone. They don't call it SPIFFE internally. Google has something else that they call it internally. But this idea came out about 7-8 years ago from a meetup happened at Netflix. And Spire is the open source actual implementation you can go download right now. And if you're hand rolling your own workloads right now and your own internal systems, this is what you're going to want to do. Way too much to SPIFFE to cover in this short of time, but I'm going to give you resources. I'm going to give you the quick overview. We can cryptographically prove a bunch of stuff at the time a workload is created. We can do secure boot, we can do trusted boot, we can know all the facts we need to know that this thing we spun up is the thing we spun up and it's provably true. If that's true, we can then inject with an API a credential that says, you are you, this is your identification. And we can use that for authentication throughout distributed systems. That's kind of it. If I go to a gateway and say, here's my credential, you can say, yep, that's your credential. I trust that certificate authority. Cool. Or say, let me go double check that real quick. And now we let it in, and then we worry about authorization as a separate mechanism because those are two separate things, and I'm not going to get into authorization today. You can federate the certificate authorities. You can do really cool stuff with this, but it's the idea of namespacing and allow listing with PKI. There's a whole book about this. It's one of the best technical books I read in the last few years of my life. spiffy.io/book. It's free. It's 198 pages. If you're like, I ain't got time for a book. Sorry, that should have taken another slide out. If you're like, I ain't got time for a book, well, go watch this talk from Cloud Native Security Con last year, The Story of Crush. It's really, really good. And everything you need to know about this with some working and implementation details, much deeper than I get into today. You're like, well, that's cool, but that's cloud native. What about the rest of us? Well, that's where the IETF comes in. Does anybody not know what the IETF is? Because I honestly didn't before a couple years ago. IETF, Internet Engineering Task Force, takes care of things like, TCP, IP, HTTP, HTML, like the actual standards body that says this is what this means. Well, they're working on something called WMSI, Workload Identity in Multi-System Environments, which is basically the ideas of SPIFFE applied globally at a better scale. We're in draft 4 right now, and there's a real large conversation going on in the email group, and it's like sped up in the last few weeks as we march toward one of their big events. You can go read the drafts. It's awesome. That's where this workload thing comes from. And it's basically what I explained with SPIFFE, but applied to pretty much everything. There's going to be a WMSI namespace instead of a SPIFFE namespace, but there are conversations ongoing on what that actually looks like. And if you want to get involved in that, now's the time. You're like, okay, well, how far off in the future is this stuff? This is like how we're going to do this in a few years. Great. Well, you can do it right since May in Kubernetes. As of Kubernetes 1.33, this is how we can do image pulls now. You can set up a service account token for credential providers that's short-lived, automatically rotated tokens for service accounts if the credential communicates and is opt-in to receiving service account. I'm not going to read the whole thing. This is for image pulls. So basically you say, here's my token that says I am me. Cool, I'll swap that for a very short-lived thing to do the image pull. Everybody wins. This is already popping up. This is how we're going to do things in the future. So the idea of a long-lived credential that says I am allowed to do these things is going to be separated out from here is a rotated, short-lived thing that says you are you that's provable through a certificate authority, and that's how you're going to authenticate in. And then we're going to worry about authorization as a separate piece, and that's what you're going to trade for once you're past the token, once you're past a zone. I'm oversimplifying a few things here. Go read the standards, go read the docs. That's how we're going to do that in the long term. And developers are just going to think about namespacing, certificate authorities. I promise you in the next 3 to 4 years, that's where we're going with it. But in the short term, how do we stop this? Well, there's this magic trick you can kind of pull off if we think, we have all these non-human identities, all these things we need to account for. And right now, we need a way to identify them. We need to IAM, identity access management, all of these things. And in the meantime, we have given them all a unique identifier in the form of a secret. that exists just to let it do the thing. What if we said these are equal? If we can just map out all of the secrets, then we have therefore mapped out all of our NHIs. Now, it's a little bit of kabuki theater. Is that exactly 100% true? No. Is it a practical approach to how do we get out of this hell in the short term? Yes, because I've seen a lot of people do this. The plan then becomes very simple. It's just these steps. Find all your secrets, properly store them. Get better developer tooling, continually secret scan, and then automatically rotate all the secrets once they're properly stored. Starts with finding everything, because that's the first rule of all threat models. If you don't know what it is, you can't protect it. And everybody's kept track of all these NHIs that they've created and all the secrets, right? Right? They definitely didn't like put a giant list out there in plain text, we can hope. Right? No, of course not. But we do know where all of these secrets live because we keep finding them in code and in Jira and config files and Slack and Confluence and secrets.txt and many other places in the world. And we know where those are because they're on our network. And hopefully we can scan our own networks, right? Well, that one I actually do hope I'm right on. We know where these things are. And there are a bunch of tools to do this. Now, I have a personal favorite off this list, but eventually you just want to be able to find all of the secrets. A lot of them match pre-existing patterns with prefixes. A lot of them don't, and you need contextual analysis to figure out how to do that. There's a lot of ways to go about this. Again, I have a personal favorite on this list, but I'm not here to sell you anything specifically, other than the idea of scan for secrets continually. So, okay, we found all of our secrets, and we got this giant list of like, here's our inventory of all the secrets where they're not supposed to be. Well, what do we do next? Well, we put them where they're supposed to be. And here's a very highly accurate architecture diagram of how secret managers work. Basically, a secret manager can store credentials, secrets, whatever, even config, at rest, encrypt it, and then deliver it over the wire when needed, being pulled in just in time to be used. Thank you. And yeah, hopefully you have some centralized reporting on that. Hopefully it's easy enough for developers to use. Good news, if you're all in on one cloud provider, you already won the day. They already have this. This is built in. It's baked in. Is it free? I don't know. Maybe. Hope should be. It isn't, but it should be. AWS actually is trying to get out secrets everywhere, so you can do like AWS Secret Manager for everything. It's still a work in progress. I've heard mixed results, but still, you can do this. If you're on multi-cloud, the hybrid, legacy, well, guess what? They sell that. It's called a service that does that. Enterprise Secret Manager is generally the class, but Vault is the general term you hear, even though HashiCorp actually is called Vault. And they all work the general same way. You stuff the secret in there and you give it a path. And then don't worry about the rest of this. This is just an example to like prove that you pulled the secret out. But then the developer, instead of hard coding the secret, the developer says, all right, here's the thing I am calling, and here's the path inside of the thing I'm calling to give me back the secret. Now, there are a few ins and outs and architectural trade-offs you're going to have to make when you do this. And one of the best talks I've ever seen about how to do this blue-green rotation of secrets using a secret manager happened on this stage last year. Kenton, brilliant talk. The link to the talk is in the show notes or in the speaker notes. Go look at it. But basically, rotate as often as you can and do it in a way that doesn't break. He's doing this against satellites, so if they mess up, there's no going back. So they have to very securely do this in a very, very scalable way, or a very robust way. So then you just got on your list of like, all right, so we do this for new systems, greenfield, obviously, then we do mission critical systems, and then you find all these legacy secrets, like, what does this even go to? And a subset of that's gonna be zombies. How many people think they know all the API endpoints that are still running across your organization? Never had a hand go up. Actually, one guy did. He's like, yeah, we have one API that has 2 endpoints. Like, okay, you gonna pass. But everybody else you got something running. Guess what? If I'm fuzzing, I don't care. I don't care if it still works or not. I'm just gonna fuzz until it does. All right. So how do we get developers to use that stupid long string and then put things in there with a path? That's a hard question because you're trying to slow them down now. In their brain, anything security-wise you're asking them to do slows them down. And guess what? Their boss is yelling at them to go faster. And they're saying, we're going to replace you with AI if you can't produce fast enough. again, tomorrow I'm going to dig into that a lot more. But in the short term, we got to say, hey, how would you like to go a lot faster? And we give you tools that do that. And that's where security engineers are the greatest heroes in the entire universe. And this is another challenge. If you are a person that has access to developers and you are a person that wants to actually help developers, go sit down and talk to them about their workflows. And the thing that's going to pop up in every conversation is Git. Guaranteed. 97.8% of all developers on Earth use Git daily in their workflows. Why don't we meet them where they are? Because Git has this awesome ability to do scripting. It's called the hooks. Everywhere in the lifecycle when Git does a thing is a chance to hook in a tool. So why not give them a tool locally that says, all right, paste your hard-coded credential, try, and let's catch it and say, all right, you can't do that. That exists out of the box right now. A lot of people do that. But then why don't you further the script and say, well, why don't we just go check and see if this already exists in the vault? Oh, it does? Cool. Here's the path. Oh, this doesn't exist in the vault. Let's stuff it in and make up a path for you. That exists sort of out of the box. That takes a little bit of scripting and a little bit of how does the path work. But I've seen that script in action. And then you said, awk, whatever, I don't know, PowerShell tools, to actually swap out the line where they hard-coded the secret with the vault call. Again, that's just pretty simple scripting. And then once everything's committed, if I commit, and this is on the other side, if a commit contains a new call to the vault, rotate that secret automatically. I've seen this script. I've seen the script work. Takes a little work, but possible. But devs going to be devs. They're going to get around your tools. So why don't you do this at the PR level? Why aren't we doing this at the PR level? This is possible now. The technology has caught up. Maybe you don't know it has, but it has. And I'm here to tell you this. If you want to see open source how we built this a year and a half ago, we called it Brimstone. They called it, CyberArk called it something else, but it's a reference implementation. Would you run this in production? Maybe. Your risks are your risks. A little bit brittle in my opinion, but we've worked on it a lot since then. And again, it's this jumping off point. All of this is just scripting. All of this is just how do you communicate to a vault. And guess what? All of the players are willing to talk to you right now and say, this is how we want to do it. Thank you. So, find all secrets, put them in there. Continually scan for secrets. People going, you can inject secrets everywhere through the software development lifecycle, and people are going to get around things constantly, so we got to constantly. So this rotation at scale, though, this is actually pretty straightforward. Again, if you're already all in on one provider, these scripts exist. They wrote a Lambda for you already on AWS for every conceivable thing they built ever. And if it doesn't exist, write them, and they will write it for you because they want you to do this. And all the script does is just make a new one, test, swap in the new one, test, clean up. That's all these scripts do. There's tons of blogs, there's tons of resources on this. If your team doesn't already have a plan in place to make this happen, this should go way higher in your priority list. Because if I find a hard-coded secret and it expired, it's useless to me. Sure, I can help map your network and whatnot, but I don't really care about that. It doesn't let me immediately in. I'm going to move on to something else. If you're on one of those other systems, then the question is, can I make a call into that system to let me rotate a secret? The answer should be yes. It's 2025. The answer should be yes. If the answer is no, start asking yourself why you're using that service, because it's 2025. And you should be able to make an API call to rotate a secret. And then all the other players like CyberArk Vault, Doppler, all those guys, all have scripts to help you out with this stuff. They all do. If you can't find what you're looking for, call the rep, call whoever, and say, look, this is what I need. Go to the communities pages. It's out there. People have been working on this. You're not alone. Just to reiterate, there's a lot of stuff on here. I'm not going to go through them all one by one. No time anymore. But it boils down to ownership, and that's the hardest piece. And that's the conversation you're going to need to have. Long-lived secrets, hopefully I've spelled out that it's doable, straightforward. Easy? No. Nothing's easy. But there's straightforward paths here. For technical complexity, I'm going to point into CSPMs. I'm just going to cheap out and say, look, there are tools that can help you do this and training and awareness around all of these things. But we're only making it harder and more difficult on ourselves. Just go pick a tool. Go talk to them how to do it. And there is a whole nother class of things around IAM that stretch beyond humans. I was at Identiverse earlier this year, and this is like a happening conversation, and there's a bunch of players that say, how do we stretch our IAM platforms, not just to handle humans, but for non-humans? And then these guys popped up, the Non-Human Identity Management Group. I'm affiliated with them, full disclosure, but their entire mission is like, how do we tool for this? How do we deal with non-human identity at scale in a governance way and a security way? And they put out lists and a bunch of reviews of all of these players. There's a lot, and this is the fastest growing segment of security I've seen in the last couple years of my life. It's just kind of amazing how fast this is exploding. We're in there too, just full disclosure. But that's where I'm gonna leave you. Go look at what's out there and what they can provide for non-human identity governance. But I ain't worried so much about the governance as much as I am worried about we keep leaking secrets. I am worried that NHIs are outpacing humans by so much, but the fact that we can abuse their access so easily because we keep getting secrets wrong terrifies me when I think about this is happening right now. I have no idea how many robots are on that screen. I've never counted. I just know it's a lot. And I know the Genic AI is pushing this forward really hard. Raise that awareness. Get the right people to having the right conversation. Get that conversation of ownership going. And then you can start building the processes. Then you can pick the tools. Then you can train the people, and then the virtuous cycle can complete. I'm out of time, but I'm Dwayne. I came from Chicago, help people figure stuff out. Hit me up. I am happy to give you anything you need, slide-wise or whatnot. That just goes to our blog. And thanks very much. Slides are, again, at that tiny URL. Thanks very much, everybody. And with that, thank you very much. Dimitri.
Okay, we are ready for our next talk. So we'd like to welcome everybody again to PasswordsCon. If you're still here from the previous session, great. If you're new, welcome to PasswordsCon. Our next talk is entitled The Rise of Synthetic Passwords in Botnet and Attack Operations by Travis Moore. A quick thank to our sponsors, our diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, the gold sponsors, DropZone AI and Profit. Reminder about cell phones, please keep them on silent so that it doesn't disrupt anyone around. There's no need to record or stream. The talks are all recorded and they are being streamed. Also, a reminder that the BSides Las Vegas photo policy prohibits taking photos of anybody without their prior consent, including speakers and their content. So just please keep that in mind. Obtain consent before taking a picture of anybody, not just here or in the audience, but the whole conference as well. Right, so we're going to get started with the rise of synthetic passwords and botnet attack operations by welcoming Travis Moore to the platform.
Can we take the picture?
Yeah. 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 I'm okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Very cool to be here. First time in Las Vegas. Can everybody hear me? I don't know. Yeah. All good. Okay. Cool. So yeah, rise of synthetic passwords in botnet and attack operations. So just a quick little who am I? So I'm a security researcher at BitCrack Cybersecurity, based in South Africa, with all the lions and tigers running on the loose. And then, I'm focusing on credential abuse and detection evasion. I'm also interested in password systems and attacker behavior. So it was mentioned earlier that it's also PasswordsCon isn't just about passwords; it's about kind of human behavior, and I think that's a very important note to remember. I also really enjoy hardware hacking and low-level exploration. So yeah, that's just a little bit about me. But without further ado, let's get to the talk. Okay, so I just want to fix this thing. There we go. Okay. So the credential landscape has shifted. As defenders continue to strengthen protections around password reuse and breach correlation and behavioral analytics, attackers are shifting tactics. So one such evolution is the increasing use of synthetic passwords. So these are algorithmically generated, never before used credentials designed to overwhelm and evade. So they're not sourced from leaks or created through guessing strategies. Instead, they are crafted at scale using scripts or AI to mimic human-like formats or generate high-entropy randomness. So their purpose... Sorry, I was meant to go to the next one. So their purpose is actually to flood login systems. So, I mean, the reality of you getting into an account with a synthetic password is very low. But that's not their point. Their point is not to log in to the system. It's not a brute force in a traditional sense. Instead, it's meant to flood the SOC and obfuscate credential stuffing attempts and poison the visibility of security tools that rely on known patterns or breach history. So let's just take a step back. So synthetic passwords they've never been used before, and they evade detection. So the detection that I'm talking about in this sense is many bigger platforms, they use breach correlation. I mentioned that earlier. So breach correlation is basically if your password or the password you're trying to create or log in with was previously found in a breach, they're not going to let you use that password again. They're using API calls and stuff like that from other kind of password, what's the word? Yeah, That's it. Thank you. So password repositories, they're trying to look through that and trying to see, okay, like obviously if the password's in a leaked database, they're not going to let you use it again. That's like the worst security practice. So that's just a little bit about what we're trying to avoid here. Is we're trying to get rid of that, alleviate that kind of stress that we've got there as brute forcing and stuff like that goes. So in terms of making a synthetic passwords, it's actually really, really easy. This is just a random Python script that I just whipped up with the good old ChatGPT. And it's just obviously the working part of it, but what you can do with this script is you can literally just put in words and numbers, I believe it's numbers, and digits, and it will just randomize it completely. So I think I did about 10 billion passwords with this. I changed how many it makes in total, and not one single one was, they were all unique, basically. Not one was repeated. So it worked pretty well for that. Again, it was just more of a proof of concept. I definitely think with enough time and like actual effort put into making this a real thing, I definitely could have made a better script than a whole lot of if statements. But here's some examples of the synthetic passwords that script makes. So I passed it in a whole lot of names and a whole lot of numbers, and then it obviously does special characters. But it's so versatile, you can do whatever you want with the script, really. You don't have to put names, you can put pets or literally drinks. Really, it doesn't matter what you put in here. But they look real enough, which is kind of the problem here, is they look real enough. The entropy level's pretty good. Nothing out of the ordinary when we're looking at stuff like that. And again, that no one's ever, well, I think no one's ever typed these passwords into anything. At least they weren't in any of the breaches that we found. So they're pretty unique, which is good. And they're not like, Password Manager's 25-character thing that looks like, I don't even know what it looks like. It looks like a bomb hit the alphabet. So that's pretty interesting. They look real enough, okay? So why do we use them? So I just want to change my notes here. So we use them because give me a second. All right, I found where I was. Okay, so why should we use them, or why are they being used? So defenders often assume that no match in have I been pwned should equals a low threat. So this assumption is now exploitable. We all know what assume means. So if there's no match, there shouldn't be any attack. That's basically what they're saying. And I'm also on the wrong slide here. There we go. Okay, so just because it's not in the breached repositories doesn't mean that it's not it's not a brute forcer trying to get in. Because what ends up happening is the SOC's drowned, or your system operation centers drown in junk. I mean, it's like it's noise. So you're left analyzing high volumes of high entropy inputs that kind of go nowhere. They're like rabbit holes. Then breach matching, like have I been pwned and dehashed, I believe it is, and SpyCloud. It's just zero match means to them, at least, if they're using those kind of repos, means that it's clean, and it means that it's perfectly okay to just, let all the the login attempts go through. And then honey words also break down. So if all attempts are unique and high entropy, even honey accounts become harder to trigger because it looks like somebody maybe just typed the email address in wrong, and then they're using their real password because they look so real. And then the behavioral signal kind of gets lost in translation as well. So if every attempt comes from a different session or an IP, what do you focus on? There's nothing concrete that you can focus on. You can't focus on the IP. You can't focus on the type of passwords there are because they're synthetic but real looking. So it's kind of like a difficult one, you know. So I have this graph here. As you can see, I'm not very good at making graphs because that's the strangest graph I've ever seen in my life. So what I did was, for this graph, I have 10 million synthetic passwords, and I have stolen passwords from stealer logs that were fairly recent. And I compared them as my breach corpus. I compared them to the NAS API breach, okay? And of the stolen passwords from the stealer logs, 98.66% were found in the NAS API stuff, which is kind of a given. I thought it was a bit higher though, but I suppose people aren't really changing their passwords. And then the synthetic generated passwords wasn't found in anything. So I probably could have just put this into words, but I thought the graph looked kind of funny, so I hope you enjoy my lopsided graph. So it's kind of the invisible attack surface, right? So synthetic passwords are no longer on the fringe. Botnets are using them. Attack scripts are generating them. They are cheap, scalable, and invisible to traditional controls. The attacker doesn't care if the password works, as I said before. In fact, many times, they don't even want it to. The goal is to learn, to mask, and to distract. And they're succeeding at these. So detection must evolve. So to detect them, we stop relying solely on breach correlation, incorporate entropy scoring and login pattern anomalies, all pretty standard stuff, and session fingerprinting. And by standard stuff, I mean, we think it's standard, but some people are just, I don't know. They're not implementing them, which is strange. Credential attempts that fail too cleanly. So we could monitor things like credential attempts that fail too cleanly. And what I mean by that is, you know, if as a human, if the password is wrong, we kind of try something maybe slightly different. We put a little bit, like I know for me, before I used a password manager, if the password wasn't password, it was password 1 or password 2, and that's kind of how it went. But if they fail too cleanly and people are just like kind of trying something completely different, you know, that kind of could mean that we're getting brute force, basically. And then the seam logs with sudden surges in high format variance inputs. So what I mean is, again, they're varying all over the show, whereas usually a normal person, a user, a human, would try something not all over the show. It would be like closer to the actual word that you're trying to guess or whatever, if you forgot your password. And then I have a final call to action here, which is just shift the detection from identity to intent based. So what is the user's intent with trying to log in? And I think that could definitely be something that we can push forward with AI. I know AI is not perfect, but we could definitely train some sort of model just to figure out the intent rather than the identity. And then we could also flag sessions with non-human patterns, kind of like a reCAPTCHA. But yeah, you know, all of this stuff that I've mentioned honestly seems pretty straightforward and pretty normal to everybody in this room. But a lot of the companies and login pages and stuff, they're kind of just using one method. It's like a one method fits all type of thing. So this is more just to raise awareness and just trying to get the word out there. But I think I spoke too fast. So, questions? Yeah.
Sorry, I want to back up a little bit. So
Sure.
You've observed this phenomenon where high volumes of synthetic passwords are being submitted as
Yes.
logins.
Yes. Yes.
From botnets or for the purposes of creating accounts for botnet activity.
Yes. Yes. So this is brute forcing
Okay.
current accounts.
Okay.
So that's kind of where we saw the SOC and the seams kind of get overloaded with these passwords that looked like the whole world was trying to log in.
Okay.
Human
Okay.
activity, and that's kind of where you started
So they
looking.
are generating passwords that they think a human might use.
Yes,
that look
yes.
very okay, so the ultimate goal here is to brute force their way into. So the ultimate goal here is to brute force their way into existing accounts by trying to generate passwords that would look like what a human would.
Yes.
But the SOC might not notice because they look so much like
So
what a
real,
human
yes,
would generate. Okay,
exactly.
I'm following now. Okay.
Exactly. If you weren't following, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 'cause I thought you were saying they were just trying to flood. I thought what you were saying was that they were just trying to flood the zone with basically useless data in order to mask actual credential stuffing.
Yeah, so it's basically a mix of those two. It's
Okay.
credential stuffing and kind of just basically DOSing the login site with
So
just
in a way, it is
absolute
brute
rubbish.
forcing. Okay.
Yeah.
I do have another question. You
Sure.
said you generated 10 million or 10 billion.
Yes, yes.
Using your ChatGPT Python script, and yet none of those showed up in any breach logs. Isn't that kind of statistically impossible? I mean, there's only so many variations you can get upon like 8 or 10 characters.
So, surprisingly, I can. I'll show you after the talk. I'll show you the stuff. But surprisingly, I got nothing.
Really?
And I was also like, that's a bit strange because now my graph's kind of gonna look lopsided, and I was like, these people are gonna think that I don't know how to use PowerPoint or
So in other
whatever.
words, it's clearly not working, right? They're clearly not guessing things.
Yes. So yeah, but I could definitely show
I
you.
believe. I trust you.
No worries.
Any more questions?
You're Travis, right?
Yes.
This will be our last one. Thanks.
What's your opinion on really, like, have I been pwned in those larger repositories? How much value do they have, really? Because the control is rate limiting people from attacking with scripts like this, right? And having
Yes.
policies around that. Because now we're telling, in the defense of the end user, hey, all these words in the alpha in the dictionary can no longer be used because they were once used in a compromise, but they're not. Most of the time those are tied to specific accounts, so you only have one half of the equation for your attacking. So literally, we're just basically creating large dictionary attacks that we're saying you can't use all the words in the alphabet, words in the dictionary user.
Yeah, no, 100%. So it's kind of like we're making a big rainbow table, if you want to call it, and I think that is something. We need to. I think communication when it comes to trying to tell people, oh, this password sucks, this password's good, that type of thing. We need to try and convey the message a little bit clearer. Like you said, it's only half one of the equation. So, have I been pwned and all of that stuff? I think it's good. I think you should take it with a grain of salt, personally. I don't think it's like, oh, my password's here, but I think that's why they brought out that, what do you call it, the email address part of things as well. Like, you put your email address and then you put the password. Kind of like a login. Like, they're just taking your login for your email address. But, it kind of gives you that two-sided picture. So, I don't know, does that answer your question? Is that Is that okay?
Yeah, you're where I'm at. It's like it's helpful, but it's not.
Yeah, yeah. No, 100%, 100%.
You can leave it there.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Thanks, everyone. That was also Travis's first talk at a conference this size. So thanks very much for listening. If you have any questions for him, he's available afterwards as well. The next talk will be at 2 p.m., extending password insecurity to the browser, how malicious extensions are used to steal user passwords. So we've been talking about stealers in the previous talk, so we're going to also break that open a bit more now as well. So that's 2 p.m. from here. So we look forward to everyone attending that as well. Thank you. Have a good break. of us who are joining, we're going to be enjoying the talk Extending Password Insecurity to the Browser, how malicious browser extensions are used to steal user passwords. Before we hand over to our speaker, or Ishit, just some reminders. We'd like to, of course, thank our B-side sponsors, the Diamond sponsors, Prisma Cloud and Vanta, and Gold sponsors, Adobe and Project Circuit Breaker, along with all the other sponsors and volunteers, of course, that make this conference possible. Cell phones. Please put your cell phones on silent so it does not disturb anybody else. And then also, please note that the B-Sides Las Vegas policy on taking photos is that you may not take photos of anybody without their prior consent, including speakers and those who are attending. So if the speaker, when he starts, gives you permission to do so, you're welcome to, or his content. If he doesn't, please refrain from taking any pictures. The talk is streamed live on YouTube, and there will be recording, so there's no need to record without devices either. So we're going to resume PasswordsCon with extending password insecurity to the browser, how malicious browser extensions are used to steal user passwords, and I'll hand over now to Or Ishit.
Okay, so first of all, can you all hear me? Including the folks in the back? All right. You can take pictures, but I'm not accountable if they go bad. I can't help it. I want to start with a simple question. How many of you, by raising your hands, remember the Cyberhaven breach in Christmas of last year? Okay, so relatively low. So during this session, we'll talk a little bit about how malicious extensions can be used to steal credentials, identity data, passwords, and then we'll actually go back to the breach and analyze it a little bit if we have time. A bit about myself. My name is Or Ishit. Yes, Or is my name. I know my mom never thought that this will happen, this conversation. So people will ask me, is that a real name? It is a real name. In the last 15 years, I'm doing web security from every possible angle, including offensive, defensive projects for end companies. Honestly, at any company that I've been to, eventually it goes to something stupid employees do online. So passwords and web are always a part of it, regardless of how much identity security is progressing. And during my career, I was running the takedown of a large browser hijacker called Fireball in 2016 and 2017. And for a couple of years, I was doing a IR that led to the catch of a couple of bad guys that had a really bad network security architecture on their behalf. So if you do bad stuff, which is criminal, make sure not to deploy that on your own device because people can find you that. In today's session, we'll cover 3 parts. The first one is understanding a little bit about security threats of browser extensions. So we move from assuming you're all basics, amateurs in extension security, to understanding how it works, then specifying that to identity security and password security. Eventually, we'll talk a little bit of what can you do with that regard. I'm an open book. Eventually, we'll have a Q&A. I'm open to any kind of question, and I'll try to put a little bit of examples from day-to-day life. So that's what we'll do. And the benefits of that will be that we'll understand the risks posed by malicious extensions, understand exactly the specifications of attacks using malicious extensions. So in the context of passwords, which permissions, how do they get infected, how do they get in, et cetera, as well with examples, and talk a little bit about how can that be used to, how can you use this knowledge to improve security within your organizations, or if you guys are bad guys, how can you develop your malicious extensions better? So we will all improve today. As introduction, let's talk a little bit about browsers and identities. Now, I'm not good at design, so the presentation assumed that what I should have done is upload it to ChatGPT and ask for improvements of visuals, so you'll forgive me. So we've seen some sort of an evolution in the last about 20 years, a bit more than that, from at the beginning, an avocado structure of organization where you had an outer shell, a soft interior, really juicy, where all the data is inside. Organizations had all access done inside the network. This is the fine days of NDR companies that I think within a couple of years will go extinct, like dinosaurs. At that time, access was limited to physical line or virtual line, so a VPN or some sort of an IP range. Then more and more things moved outside of the organization to some sort of a basic authentication process without federation, primarily based on host name. So a firewall or a proxy would be able to recognize which destination is based on the site. And there was no identity security. Those are the fine days of anti-phishing solutions and awareness training. In the last couple of years, improvements to using 2FA, then MFA, then federation, with ITDR, all kinds of identity governance, et cetera, et cetera. So organizations today have all of their data pretty much outside. Authentication is done on multiple apps, multiple identities. A hostname cannot specify a specific identity in a specific tenant, because on the same application, I can have multiple tenants. Me personally, I can go to chatgpt.com. I have 1 million accounts over there, and all of them are communicating to the same address, and many of them are using a personal identity. Some of them are federated, some of them are not. They're all very, very different than one another. So the world has pretty much changed in regard to how we use identities at work. Now, with that regard, things affected also on the way that's run in the browser. Now, this is a very simplistic process. When I sign into an application, and I'm happy that you all see it because that will amaze you. I'm kidding. It's basic. I authenticate once, and then in order to avoid being exhausted by authenticating again and again and again and again, a cookie is being created in my browser. Now, a cookie is a mechanism which is older than some of the folks in this room, and the only thing in IT that didn't change whatsoever. There is typically like a 32 characters or 16 characters token over there that says, hey, he is who he is claiming to be. Basically, that's what it is. And then in order to avoid re-authenticating again and again, the website is able to check that on my browser. And then the assumption is that considering this for the validity of the cookie, that sometimes organizations manage and sometimes they don't. So you'll find some cookies existent for a couple of years, like a store-bought candies, and sometimes are existent for like a week, homemade candies. And then there is some sort of a security enhancement around that includes encryption. Now, this diagram is very simplistic because I'm lazy, but basically the cookie is stored on the device, but it is secure and encrypted from the device standpoint using the browser encryption mechanisms. That means, in other words, that other tools on my device are not supposed to see my cookies and their content on the device unless they find some sort of a key that the browser is managing or hiding somewhere. Then again, the traffic from the browser to the application is also encrypted with some sort of a TLS key, in the future post-quantum encryption, sci-fi, alien-proof encryption. Regardless of that, in between, inside the browser itself, it's all in clear text, wild, wild west. Everything over there is visible to anyone sitting inside the browser. So it can be a website, but the website only sees its own cookies, so there is no cross-site visibility. And any other instrument that has access to the session. That means users and extensions, because extensions see everything in real time. So pretty much, organizations that don't really know what's happening within the session have no idea. Now in this month, in the upcoming versions of Chrome, Edge, and Firefox, all of them will have an embedded AI. It took me about 8 minutes to say AI for the first time. So they all have some sort of an AI embedded inside of them with its own API. There will be something that can see that as well. So we'll see changes in what has access to those cookies and those credentials. We know also that Google is trying to make changes to this mechanism, but it's really hard because it's impacting user experience. Now, that leads us to some sort of an insight that zero trust is dead in the browser, because there is no real zero trust. Whoever has my cookie can get in my behalf. No real validation, no real authentication, you don't always suspect, or whatever they say about zero trust. And that there are a lot of loose ends to that mechanism. For example, password managers in the browser. Not all bad extensions are malicious. Some of them are just doing something unintentional. Profile syncs. Profile sync can extract passwords. A nice example that I found over Reddit, a great place to find cases for security, is a SOC analyst reporting that they found a keylogger extension on one of their browsers fetching credentials. Apparently, they had an employee who was suspected by her husband to be cheating. So he deployed on her home device a keylogger to collect all her data, including all her passwords, so he can sign in into her apps and see what she's doing. And apparently, that password manager got synced to a work device, fetching all the credentials from the work applications. So this functionality is a functionality. It's not evil by design. It's just there. And then you have BYOD as well that may affect that as well. In any case, we have a problem. Okay, so on the background, authentication, access, all of that is really improving, but all the improvements we're making are pretty much still going to the same bottleneck because all those factors of authentications we add all happen within a web session. And once they're being approved, there is a cookie in the browser. So we're pretty much putting more and more and more and more and more power on the same failed mechanism inside the process between the user and the app. Are we good so far? Are we scared? Perfect. Okay, so now let's talk about the other side of it, extensions, and how can they be the really awesome weapon to do really powerful things. So first of all, what is an extension? An extension is a piece that's being added to an application or a browser, in our case, that's running in the browser in an agentless manner. What does that mean? It means technically that if I'll open my DevTools and look for an extension, it will be non-existent in the eyes of the device or the EDR. So my CrowdStrike will not see cookie stealer stealing cookies. It will see Chrome touching a cookie on its own cookie repository, which seems really, really, really benign. It means that whenever the browser is on, all the extensions are always on. And when the browser is off, it's also off. Because of the fact that the extension is only there to fetch data from the browser, we're fine with the fact that it's agentless. Now, it has both an agent and a network functionality. What does that mean? That there is one memory unit that it has, which is persistent as long as the browser is on. In the last couple of years, across, I'd say like hundreds of customer environments, only once I got asked by a customer, what happens when the browser is off? Out of all of those organizations we met, only one organization had the exotic scenario in which a browser is off internally. Actually, we were so surprised by the question that we opened up a lab to check what happens when the browser is being launched, because we just assumed that the browser is always on. So also, in that case, whenever the browser goes on, the agent piece immediately starts. The browser extension also got a network functionality, which is a fancy word for able to inject code into any website. Then it has a visibility to the unencrypted traffic and data of the browser. So it means that whatever improvements existing or happening in browser security or networking, whether that's post-quantum encryption, enhanced encryption, an enterprise browser with its own fancy encryption mechanism, it doesn't really matter. Inside the browser, it's a really crazy party where all the data is visible to everyone. It can use or abuse browser access and visibility. We won't talk about that today, but there are all kinds of permissions for the browser extension. For example, it's very, very elementary for a browser extension to get access to the downloads folder of the browser. In many cases, that's where all data is being stored. And there is even a permission that some extensions have to enumerate the file system of the device. So in theory, some malicious extensions can actually run over the device itself, steal data, can listen to traffic fields. We just released a research about the ability to sniff traffic from prompts, so they can do anything that a power user can do in the browser. And over time, that's very important. So I come from malware analysis. With malware analysis, we check hashes or fuzzy hashes and all kinds of ER rules. So we are assuming that something is similar within different versions of the same payload. That doesn't exist in extensions. Extensions got only two things which are definitive in their existence. One is the ID. The second one is who has it installed. What does that mean? Jared here from LayerX is a great guy. And if he develops some sort of a productivity extension that is benign, it will have an ID, it will have hundreds of thousands of installations. Let's say that I buy his extension on the dark web, and I can change the content, I can change the name, I can change the code, I can change anything. It wouldn't matter. It will still be running on the same devices with the same ID. So once someone, for example, approved it once, it will stay approved forever. And this is what attackers are doing. With that regard, we talked about the cyber event breach. When attackers are taking over the admin account of a Chrome developer that has some sort of an extension, they can replace the entire code with malware, and nothing will trigger any kind of alert. It will just push all the code into the browser, and no one will pay attention into it, and nothing will trigger some sort of an alert because it's the same ID on the same browser, and no security tool really cares. And that's the last piece of it, which is a bit abstract, but when you look at the permissions that browser extensions have, they're actually really, really excessive. And some people ask, holy shit, why is Google allowing all this data for extensions that are deployed in a consumer environment, like on the Chrome store? Why aren't they changing them? For example, cookie permission. There is a cookie permission. Why is that possible? Like, who really needs that? It doesn't make sense to allow that to a consumer tool. This is really something which is not trivial. Chrome, Edge, Firefox, all the rest, they use extensions, but you don't see them. They use extensions that are embedded into the browser to do some things. Why? Because let's say that you run an operating system. You won't write all the code into the kernel. That will break things, and people will cry. You'll probably write an executable or a DLL. So that's exactly the equivalent. So even though you don't see extensions in the browser, there are some extensions over there that are made by Chrome to run on Chrome, and they will come at the form of, for example, the sidebar of Copilot within Edge, or some sort of functionality within Chrome. And now with all the AI browsers, we'll see that as well. So it means that Google, Microsoft, Firefox, and others are dependent on the same permissions. And this is why over time we actually see an increase of the amount of data being visible to extensions rather than a decrease. For example, now we have a new permission, Prompt API. Prompt API will allow any extension to ask questions about an embedded AI running in the browser about who knows what, like the devil knows what. How is the user typically behaving? Is this password the real password of the user or not? Now, I got an R&D team researching what can we do with that. I'm pretty confident now in not as a nice hotel, but somewhere else, there are bad guys asking themselves, what can we do to improve ourselves using the same permission? So you get the point. The same way EDRs and malware typically run similarly. We won't talk about all those other crazy stuff. If you're interested, I'll leave this QR code for 5 seconds. You can also find this online. You can take pictures, whatever, about all kinds of attack patterns with malicious extensions. Today, we'll only talk about that in the context of passwords. So I'll be invited again to BSides for not creating false advertisement about this talk. All right. So extensions in environments, pretty much everywhere. And there are a couple of reasons to why extensions are existent everywhere. So the stats here show about the frequency of having extensions in enterprises. Very few organizations don't allow extensions at all. And we're talking about organizations like Bank of America, very, very archaic, even though it's a great organization. Why can't organizations prevent users from deploying extensions? One, political or culture. Some users are expecting to have that. B, password managers, productivity tools. C, AI extensions. 4, number D, and that's the most significant ones. Web developers love extensions, and they use them to test everything, and they download them from GitHub, and they don't even check what it is. It's pretty much like eating trash from the floor. They don't ask themselves, what is that really doing? They deployed it on their own browsers to test and emulate web applications they develop. And no one will ever tell a web developer not to try an application before it's being released to the public. Now, any kind of approach that's possible with tools on the endpoint, like an MDM, EDR, et cetera, don't know how to digest this. It's basically something that was downloaded from GitHub without any ID, no reputation, no data about this code, constantly changing, doing all kinds of shady stuff. And even if you do find an ability to scan them or sandbox them, it's really hard to apply a policy that says, allow these extensions only for developers. You need to have some sort of a very robust mechanism that don't exist in all organizations, because those web developers will have 4 or 5 different browsers. In 3 weeks, they will have like 8 different browsers with all those fancy AI browsers as well. And that means that for IT security teams, it will be some sort of a cat and mouse game that they already give up on from day one. So they don't do anything about that. We know some organizations do, but it's not really happening. All right, so we're scared about the fact it's there. Let's be scared about what kind of data they have access to. 53% of all enterprise users have an extension with a high or critical level permission. Increase means that compromise in which attackers took over the admin account of Cyberhaven, the best DLP vendor in the world, but don't have a very robust Chrome Enterprise admin consoles. They replaced several extensions, about 40, with malware. We checked our customers, about 90% had one of them. It's really, really easy to get extensions to the general audience, and then it doesn't really matter if you have 1, 3, 4, 5. A single extension can dump at once all your cookies. Jackpot. It doesn't really matter. You don't have to have some sort of a user involvement. 11% of users have an extension with cookie permission, so that means that 1 of 9 users is vulnerable to complete identity theft. And 15% of enterprise extensions of Chrome Web Store extensions have a scripting permission. That means that really easily they can get to passwords. Now, there are all kinds of ways to get to passwords. With scripting, you can do things such as, if you have a password manager, you go to a password field. It says, do you want me to pick up a password for you? Like, it's really, really excited. Basically, it's just listening and waiting for you to do something on that field of a password. The same very, very basic logic can happen with the malicious extension, except it doesn't let you know it's there. Now, who develops these extensions? Putting aside all extensions that are not coming from the Chrome Web Store, that's web developers, a huge problem. Assuming that users download those extensions from a trustworthy source, such as the Chrome Web Store, we assume that someone checked that. We know that those checks are not very, very robust. A part of that is that it doesn't necessarily mean that the extension is malicious per se. It can also be something you just don't want to have in your environment, a supply chain, something that could be compromised or abused or being neglected. And there are all kinds of extensions in the Chrome store that no one is using for a couple of years. In theory, I can buy a domain that is associated with this extension. It's already expired, and then just create the email address that's being granted to the admin account. I can do all kinds of things. It's really easy. Now, at some point in time, I instructed one of my analysts. I told her, open a Proton mail. In that Proton mail, reach out to extension owners with 100,000 installs and above, and say that you would like to buy anonymous leader extension and ask for a price listing. And basically what I instructed her to do is like behave like a drug lord when you're communicating with them to see what are the ethical barriers that they have. And apparently, like, you know, out of 30, a good size, like a handful of them said, I'm open to negotiate. Like they didn't have any problem. And extensions with hundreds of thousands of downloads are not that common. So something with thousands or, you know, 10,000s is easy to find. From an attacker standpoint, by the way, it's really easy to find out if they're deployed in enterprise environments or not, because they get some sort of a flag coming from the extension about the device in which it's being installed. So if I buy an extension off the shelf that already got installs, I can create a report that says where is that existent, you know, and then probably, you know, 60% is individuals, and then 30% is mom and pop shops, and then 10% will be enterprise users, and that's where the real money is. So over half of extensions are identified with a free Gmail account, which is also a big security problem. For example, some security vendors associate their extension with a Gmail account that is not behind any security. 89% of extensions have fewer than 1,000 installs, so they're really hard to evaluate in terms of a permission, and 79% of extensions have a single extension per publisher. So just imagine what it takes to apply some sort of a reputation service on that. So why are these such an effective attack vector? They're everywhere. They're harmless, like allegedly harmless. They never say what they do, but they get access to data that you don't want them to get access to, and it's really hard to control that. And they are invisible to existing toolings, because existing solutions only see the ID, and as we said, the ID is not very effective. Now comes the question, how do I get to have a malicious extension? I need to get a compromised extension. So I can, develop one from the bottom up, just create a malicious extension, sneak it into the Chrome store, some sort of like a Shawshank Redemption. I add a little bit of malicious code a day. Eventually, it will become malicious, and some guy, a poor guy in Bangladesh that checks the code, will not be able to, you know, to understand what I'm doing over time because it's so dynamic, and it's really hard. Like, it's happening all the time. I can just, you know, compromise a legit extension, like happened to Cyberhaven, what I consider to be the prettiest attack of 2024, or just buy something on the dark web. Lastly, I can also sideload an extension by malware. So that's kind of like a disappearing attack vector, but there are all kinds of ways for malware to deploy extensions. We see some sort of a shift from extensions being used to compromise the device. Now things on the device are useless. Not entirely useless, but the email is more valuable. So you'll see a malware being deployed locally to elevate permissions into the browser. And eventually, this is why we see extensions all over the news. And like most people don't understand how powerful it is. Actually, it has better data access than a malware. We're enough talking about extensions. Now we'll talk a little bit about how extensions can get access to passwords. So we talked about different kinds of permissions. We won't cover all of them, but extensions have all kinds of permissions that can be used in all kinds of ways to get access to passwords. Now, in my imagination, there is the attacker and there is the defender. The attacker wants to simplify his life. The defender wants to simplify his life. And then every time they try to pick like less and less obvious permissions to try and do the same work in a different way, exactly like malware. So on the most basic stuff, cookie permission, which is pretty much game over, because then I can, with one line of code, dump all of the user cookies and get access to an application. You can fetch data about identities of the browser itself. password storage, client certificates. We can see all kinds of things. It can have full access to text inputs, clipboard data. Browser metadata will catch OAuth and SAML certificates. So everything that goes in the URI will be visible to an extension, and all the content of a web page. Now I want to give you an example. We've done a research a year and a half ago about cookie theft for Entra. So how to use a malicious extension to compromise Entra identities. And basically, our POC was an extension that steals the cookie of Entra, including the browser user agent and screen resolution, which typically is enough to get in. And then 2 days before the conference, it stopped working. Entra added some sort of a security mechanism. I'll let you guess what was the security mechanism. It was adding another factor, something they hide somewhere in order to check if that's the real browser. Now, at that point in time, there is some sort of a logical paradox. They want to hide another factor because they don't trust the cookie. Where can they hide something? Inside the browser. So they hidden another factor inside the browser cache. The cache is also something that's visible to the extension. So our researcher, all that he had to do is to re-authenticate with Azure, with Entra on one browser, see exactly what's being generated, added one line of code to his malicious extension on the POC, and then eventually being able to still get in. So it took us 5 minutes to fix that. And every time they try to improve something, they just hidden another factor inside the browser. So it's a fundamental problem that they can't avoid placing secrets where the extension has visibility to them. There is nowhere they can go and hide that we won't find them. And that's a big problem that existing controls do not provide. It's a fundamental problem. By the way, there is a solution, not using SAS. It's a possible solution, but it's not. People here are not here to talk about how to go backwards in time. And here you have a list of key permissions that can be used in what way. But eventually, if you'll go and search for extensions out there, it can be something like a dark mode for Grammarly or whatever. It can be something that sounds like really, really simple. Coupon code for Amazon, and you check their permissions. It's kind of like reading the ingredients of Advil, or some sort of a medicine that you're taking, or reading the back page. It's horrific. So those permissions are everywhere because they use them for all kinds of things that they do. By the way, sometimes the developers just say, let's pick all the permissions now. So if we need them, we won't have to reapply on the Chrome store for new permissions. So they'll ask for everything, and if they get approved, they'll just keep on using that. So that's very, very significant. So they can get access to cookies, but there are all kinds of other permissions. By the way, all the changes that Google made on Manifest v3, it's a part of Google's strategy to fight ad blockers, did not change whatsoever the ability to steal passwords. You can relax. Now, when we mapped it to TTPs, it really aligns perfectly well. So let's talk about cookie theft. Most organizations assume that cookie theft is being done on the device using malware. That's a really that's not the path of least resistance. That's really, really hard. You need to deploy malware, and that malware needs to find something on the device. Chrome is like running away from that, but an extension, like one of every 9 extensions can get there. So that will be very simple. Just stealing the cookie. The beautiful thing is that the same extension can also replicate everything else. For example, it can detect if a user is now on the application, so someone may apply some sort of an impossible travel. It can check browser configurations. So if you ever seen a cookie sell like on the dark web, when they advertisement for a cookie on the dark web, they typically put the cookie together with screen resolution and a few other things. All of them come as a package, like it's a bundle. It's like the fries and drinks together with the hamburger. All of those are very useful. But now, let's use a survey. What is the average price of a malicious attacker's extension on the dark web? What would be the cost on average of a stolen cookie on the dark web? Let's, who wants to guess? Let's take 5 people. Who wants to guess? What's the average price? 10 cents.
10 cents? Okay, no, it's not that free. That's come on, it's a 50 USD. Okay, $5, 50 USD. Who else? So it's $10 in descending. So that's the only asset in the US which is inflation resistant, and the price is going down over time because it's becoming easier and easier to get them. And what they learned in economy class is that if it's becoming cheaper, it means that the supply is becoming more prevalent.
Then you have also other things that are a bit more complex about browser session hijacking, which like there are a million ways to do that, but the best ways to do that would be from the browser. So when you think about it, the extension is there. Actually, you can open up the same session in another tab, but minimize it on the side of the screen. Like there are a million things you can do, whether that's compromising, mimicking the SAML data on the URI or just manipulating the traffic. You can do like a million things. It's like really easy. I think the main difference between cookie theft and the browser session hijack, that with cookie theft, you don't have to wait for the user to do stupid. You can just do it in one line of code once. And with a web session hijack, you need to wait for some sort of a user interaction. And that's the big difference. Okay, let's continue. I have here another resource, which is a mapping extension threat to MITRE attack framework. If that's interesting, you're welcome to take a picture or scan a QR code. Eventually, it's mapping all kinds of attack vectors from the browser to that. I'd say that it's trivial for frameworks about extension security to already be aware of that, because at the moment, the #1 payload of malicious extensions is stealing identities. In the future, maybe something else. Okay, so now the question is, what can we do about that? And how can we be more secure? So we have a couple of possible strategies, and we'll evaluate them one by one. The first one, which is the #1 existing strategy, is an allow list. And that means prevent installation if the ID of an extension is not in the allow list. So you remember, we only know if there is an ID or not, nothing else. Besides the ID, nothing else matters. It means that there should be some sort of a manual or automated review. So a user needs to ask for approval to install an extension. That needs to get to security somehow. Typically, this problem scales at the size of organization because the distance between security and the end user is becoming more significant. And then they can still be hit by a compromised or weaponized extension. So in the case of the Cyber Raven breach, that's a great example. It's a security tool that already has the best permissions in the world, being entirely abused to steal all the cookies of the user. So that's the best possible strategy, but it's really, really labor intensive and still not very secure. Then the next one is a block list. Scan periodically and add IDs to a block list, requires robust scanning routine of all approved browsers, and great way to waste time and still be compromised. So basically, running a block list on extensions is pretty much like boiling the ocean or emptying the ocean. Like the amount of work is unfeasible, and eventually it's still very temporary because an extension can change and mutate. It's really happening all the time. Even for us as a security vendor that we install extensions for all kinds of demos, we had malicious extensions arriving to our environment. It's really, really, really common to happen in all kinds of ways. Then the third one is no extensions at all. And there are some organizations that can do that, and for them the problem does not exist whatsoever. What we see in real life, that doesn't really apply to all organizations. But I also met once a CISO that said that they are not allowing users to consume internet. And by the way, these guys don't need any kind of tool. It's always correct that if you avoid using some sort of a technology, you avoid the problem entirely. I think a couple of years ago, before AI, it was easier to do that in the US market. Nowadays, I don't meet so many organizations that do that, and many of them actually prefer to spend a lot of time to deal with that in a manual process rather than fighting users. Then the last piece of it is risk-based security. What does that mean? You need to, first of all, audit all the extensions on all the browsers periodically, because every new version of each extension may introduce a new kind of code. So it means that you need to find all the browsers. It's kind of like a really, some sort of a mixture between, Squid Game to Pokemon. You need to catch them all, but like 3 times. All the browsers, then all the extensions on all the browsers, and then all the versions of all the extensions on all the browsers, and have some sort of a mapping of those. Then you need to be able to classify them based on risk. Also understand context, because context really, really matters. No extension will say I'm malicious. Most of them will say, at best, I'm really poorly written. I am full of CVEs. I'm like eating something from the ground. None of them really shouts to the world I'm malicious. Many of them are just a real supply chain risk. Not all of them are malicious, but most of them are just bad by nature. and then having some sort of a risk adaptive security rules. Now, the levels in which you can go are really outstanding. For example, if you have a lot of time, you can actually edit the browser configuration file and shut down specific extensions, access to specific sites. If you really have a lot of time, for free, you can take care of this problem by restricting specific extensions on specific sites. You can identify specific host names and prevent them from running on a specific browser. You can shut down syncing. You can do all kinds of things, but the levels of enforcement you can get manually are outstanding. And then you get to all kinds of mechanisms, such as the pitfalls. How do you get all the browsers? How do you make sure that all of them provide the same level of visibility? For example, Chrome and Edge have a free enterprise version. If it's free and it's fully SaaS, it's a good thing to use. But Firefox doesn't have that. Brave doesn't have that. Opera, for example, Opera prevents anyone from viewing its registries. So not all browsers are born equal, and we'll see the same habit also now with AI browsers. Some browsers try to hide themselves from the IT. So DuckDuckGo, Tor browser, Opera, some of them are just nasty. Then you don't have the same coverage. Some of them are coming from a third-party store, all kinds of pitfalls. Then the risk classification, I talked about it. The polymorphism of extensions is a real problem. And then the enforcement is where most organizations claim to fail. And the reason is that it's really, really, really hard to combine a routine periodic scanning for each update of the browser with the MDM. In many cases, organizations claim that the reason is that they can't do whatever they want on the MDM to run this scanning all the time. How do we help the community? At Lyrex, we've released a resource called Extensionpedia. Extensionpedia is a free resource for extension assessment. Where do we get the data? We have announced last week on a tech alliance with Google. So Google is streamlining to us hundreds of thousands of extensions from the Chrome Web Store. And I intentionally say that because about half of malicious extensions are coming from outside of the store because it's easier to build it outside of the store. It's harder to get it to the destination, but it's easier to build it over there. So we have a vast majority of the Chrome store already scanned. You can submit an ID and get some sort of a report about risk, also with different kinds of criteria about the risk. And in summary, we talked today about browser extensions are everywhere. The threat surface is everyone. I think the prettiest piece of it from an attacker standpoint, I don't have to wait for a user to do stupid. It can affect everyone. The fact that developers install extensions more than anyone is an outstanding thing because I actually got a powerful population inside the organization that has access to very valuable systems running extensions more than anyone else. Actually, it allows an attacker to get exactly to the target demographics that typically is the most elusive. And that it's really appealing to attackers that you don't have to wait for them to make a mistake. They're already looking for these extensions on GitHub, and they use them for all kinds of sources, which makes this an awesome killer functionality. Excessive permissions are everywhere. Most of them have excessive permissions. And in a way, human identity is browser security as long as the browser is the vessel of choice for applications to store all the credentials and all the cookies. By the way, when you sign into Slack or Teams or whatever, still they store their cookies and passwords inside the browser, even though they are not in the browser. So the tiny window they open for authentication is actually inheriting from either Chrome or Edge, depending on what's your default browser. And there are all kinds of tools you already have that can be effective. It's really about balancing cost and manual work inside your organization. There are like a million ways to solve every kind of problem. Not all of them are right for your kind of organization. And that's it for now. I hope it was not too exhaustive, too boring. I hope you did learn something new today. And now I'll be happy to take questions, if you have any.
Do you want to pick who to ask?
You can by random. I don't want to
Okay.
be biasing anyone.
Let's start over here.
Hi, thanks for the talk. A couple times you mentioned screen resolution in conjunction with a browser session cookie. So I was curious if the SaaS application is using that as like a second factor of authentication to identify the user, or is it just an additional data point? And why is that important for the authentication process?
So under UBA, effectively there is, it says, I use what I have. So sorry for a bad analogy. When I'm hungry at night, I open the fridge. I'm using whatever is there. And if I have leftovers of something, I'll use leftovers of something. What is the SaaS application got? Because it's not an IDP problem, it's an application problem. Once the provisioning is ended and the cookie is being generated, Okta is off, it's not a part of the process. So the application asks itself, okay, what have I got? I got the screen resolution, user agent, IP range is super, false positive. It's horrible usage to use that. Some cases you can use a geolocation, but it's only if the user is approving that. So they're trying to think, what have I got always? Screen resolution, OS version, and browser ID are the things that they have. So from an attacker standpoint, not to mimicking that, which is typically 24-inch and the most up-to-date Chrome or Firefox, it's like the very basics of saying I care about my job. I'm trying to do like a decent job. It's not really hard, and that's a part of the complexity around that. So I'm using that. It's any kind of data you have access to as a SaaS developer. Now, if you're PayPal, for example, as a sample vendor, you look at anomalies of mouse movement and keystrokes. Most applications don't do that. Can they? Probably. I don't know how easy or expensive or cheap it is for them to do that. Effectively, they don't.
Thanks for the talk. That was great. You mentioned finding developers, LOL. So developers that need access to extensions to do development work. What kind of best practices that actually work in organizations do you see? Like, is it segregating like enterprise activity from development, or is it doing, like you said, doing like very manual kind of allow listing per site? Like, what have you seen that actually works when it comes to this?
So the answer is yes, yes, and yes. And Google is now releasing a new framework. Now is I'm not responsible. I don't really know when is now. It's like near real time. It can be any time. But they're about to release a framework which is an ability to deploy browsers for testing specifically, some sort of a Puppeteer or Selenium. That you can load extensions in a very specific way that's supposed by design not to have a GUI, so the chances of making mistakes, they're trying to make the kitchen drawer will be very uncomfortable to store, I don't know, weapons or whatever. So you don't mix, your work stuff with your personal stuff. They're trying to make some sort of a UX distinction, so developers will not do it on their own browsers. It will minimize the problem, but not solve it entirely.
Okay, we've got time for one more.
You may have mentioned it. I came in a little late, so I apologize. How do you see Manifest v3 versus v2 impacting the security of these extensions and the problems that you've seen?
The changes are not that significant for an attacker. Changes mostly affect the ability to control the user experience within the session, so it's not a big deal. I would say that if you find some sort of an MV2 extension in your environment, those extensions cannot update anymore. Extensions do inherit third-party libraries, and actually all those CVs are being inherited by sites that are affected. So in a way, it's kind of like opening another door to the browser. That browser exploits are something that people really are scared about. So it's just bad habits in terms of development to use that. That's what I'd say. Aside from that, from an attacker standpoint, there is no much of a difference because some permissions were left and some were added. So all in all, as an attacker, I feel like my conditions are pretty much the same. But any other kind of attack vector has become more complicated. So phishing is really harder. Malware is harder. So I'm going always to the path of least resistance, and this is why I think we see more and more attacks coming in the browser itself, not because it's became easier, just because the alternatives became significantly harder.
Okay, thank you very much, Or.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Unfortunately, that's all we have time for now. But if you have any further questions, I'm sure Or will be hanging around here. You're welcome to come and see him. And then the next PasswordsCon talk will be at 5, the HMAC trap, security, or illusion. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so we are back. The next PasswordsCon track is ready to start. So we'd like to welcome everybody to this track. A reminder about our sponsors, Diamond sponsors, Prisma Cloud and Vanta, and our gold sponsors, DropZone AI and SemGrep, and them along with all the other sponsors and volunteers. Again, thanking for all the sponsorship and the work and the effort that goes into producing this conference, and PasswordsCon being possible as well. Just a reminder about cell phones, please put them on silent so that we can pay full attention to what will be presented this afternoon. And then also when it comes to photos, so the BSides Las Vegas photo policies, no photographs of any presenters or content or attendees unless the presenters give permission. So these presenters don't mind if you take photos of them or their content, so you can, but please no photos of any of the attendees in this room or anywhere else. And there's no need to record, it is being recorded for us already. So, hazard analysis of military AI systems using STP-ASEC, a systems theoretic approach to secure and assured autonomy, by Dr. Josh Hargis and Chris Ward. They're now up. Let's see what it's about.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So my name is Josh Hargis. So myself and Chris Ward run a small consultancy called Fire Mountain Labs. We do AI and AI security consulting. Something that we've been working on is trying to kind of adapt some of the frameworks that are out there for other purposes to use for AI security and AI safety. My background, we just started this back in April. I was the chief of AI security at Cranium, an AI security company. Before that, MITRE. Before that, Navy Research. Been doing AI for almost 2 decades. I'll let Chris do it.
Hey, Chris Ward, welcome. I'm a Navy veteran. That's where I got my start in security. I was like a radar guy, but you can't be in the military and not learn some security. So got out of the Navy, got a degree in electrical engineering. That's where I started thinking about like processes and system analysis. Met up with Josh at a lab called SPAWAR, which is now defunct and called Naval Information Warfare Center. But that's where we started looking into AI security and how to apply this kind of stuff to AI systems.
Cool. All right, so if you haven't noticed yet, this has nothing to do with passwords. So hopefully that's clear to everyone right off the beginning.
If we get to the end, you're like, I know how this connects to passwords. Let's talk about it.
We would love to know. So bluff, so AI systems can fail without actually breaking in kind of traditional ways. So what we're looking at is ways that are a little bit non-traditional. So traditional failure analysis is not sufficient for AI because of this. So STP-ASEC, we'll get into that, identifies hidden and systemic AI risks, and then it also proactively applies controls for safe AI. So quick outline. So we're going to get into the overview of STP-A, some of that background. STP-ASEC, so the security kind of extension of that. We'll go through a case study, look at identifying hazards for these case studies, applying controls, and then we'll leave you with some takeaways. And a little bit of time, I hope, at the end for Q&A. If you have any questions while we're going, though, please feel free to interrupt. So STP-A is system theoretic process analysis. So software's role in this complex kind of systems is definitely growing. So STP-A is really kind of before software, so it's been around for a very long time. These traditional safety methods are kind of outdated for these modern systems. This isn't even including AI, so that's kind of why the SEC one exists. And then STP-A offers kind of a unique system level safety analysis that can be applied to systems extended to AI systems, which is what we're looking at here. And then the other key part of this is that it can identify hazards beyond component failures. So we'll get into what those hazards are and how to define those. So software safety challenges. So accidents can stem from very complex interactions, as I'm sure you know if you're from the software world. Software flaws are systematic, not random. Traditional methods lack that ability to make software safely and analyze it. So, and then formal verification is not really enough to take us to where we need to go for this. And so STPA is what really helps us link system and software safety. So STAMP is another kind of process out there. So it's system theoretic, accident model, and processes. So that's STAMP. STAMP itself views safety as a system control problem. So if you're from a controls background, some of this might look familiar. Accidents result from inadequate controls and interactions. Whereas STPA, a little different. It's hazard analysis from MIT, identifies causal factors behind component failures, and then really the goal is to prevent hazards. That's really the whole purpose of STPA. So some of the key concepts, so it's a hierarchical approach for system analysis. We'll get into some of these terms, but some of the key terms are loss, hazard, unsafe control action, very important part of this that we'll get to later. These unsafe control actions can lead to hazards, and so they're very important to identify and try to mitigate. And then there's 4 types of these unsafe control actions that we've identified within STPA, and that's these 4 here. So control action required for safety is not provided, so they just didn't put it in. An unsafe control action is provided, so it is there, it's known. Safe control action provided too early or too late. And then the last one is safe control action is stopped too soon. So it falls into one of these categories when you build your kind of unsafe control actions for these hazards. And so you figure out how to kind of categorize that. Okay, so kind of wrapping up this section. So benefits and applications. So really focuses on the interactions among the components, identifies missing feedback or decisions, proactive risk development or risk management in development. So that's one of the key aspects of this is proactive versus after the fact. Versatile across diverse software-intensive systems, including AI. So obviously it has to kind of be extended to AI, but the whole point of this is to capture very complex software systems. So some camps out there that just say AI is software, there's some truth to that. So we're extending some of this work for capturing that. And then there is an open source handbook and tool support available out there. There's a ton of literature kind of on this topic. So moving into overview of STPA sec. So this is that extension from STPA into security. So again, we're noticing the software is increasing role into new safety challenges. Kind of a repeat of some of the things, but traditional safety analysis is often insufficient for this new complex software system. Cybersecurity risks are also rising in complex systems. And then finally, STPA sec integrates security into safety analysis. So it's trying to bridge those two things together. So some of the key concepts, we mentioned these earlier. So loss is anything of value to stakeholders. So we'll get into specific ones, but you can imagine this is where you really want to focus your energy. If there's something that you are viable to lose, that is very important to you. STPA sec also expands losses to include security concerns. So not just things of value, but actual, just purely security items. And then a hazard, which we'll talk about some examples, is a system condition leading to a loss. So there's a connection there between hazard and loss. And then finally, the framing, the problem framing defines analysis purpose and context. So these are kind of the main concepts. Now we'll get into some of the scenarios and talk about a little bit more specifically how this applies to kind of AI systems. So there's the UCAs and scenarios. So again, this is that, I already lost my place. So UCAs are the controller's actions that are leading to these hazards. So 4 types, we already covered those types. Focuses on unsecured control actions. And really what we're trying to get at is these scenarios drive how these UCAs arrive. That's really the key part. And then you can translate some of what we build here into your own systems and systems that you're going to be working on in the future. Accidents stem from these systematic failures and interactions. So some of the benefits and uses. So it really focuses on these complex interactions. We've kind of talked about that. It's proactive for the development side. Broad applicability across diverse systems. We talk about this open source handbook that's also available. So STBA SEC is also well developed, well known out there, and now we'll kind of talk about how you bridge that piece into these AI systems. So case study, we'll dig into a little bit more detail here for AI decision support systems. We've got 2 that we'll go into. So challenges of AI systems. Sure, everybody in the room is really starting to think about what these challenges are. It's not magic. It's not going to solve all of our problems. It is very powerful, but what are the things that we need to be concerned with? What are the things we need to start analyzing from a security perspective? So modern systems are increasingly software intensive and complex. Clearly, traditional safety analysis again in the AI space falls short. And then there's new emergent behaviors. There's also like hallucinations. There's all sorts of things that are new from this AI space that are a little different from kind of your traditional software security behaviors. And then our focus here on these case studies is this AI decision support system.
So Josh had a really good point there. We're really thinking about emergent behavior. So this is a planning tool. And it's focused on the mission and business level, not component level failures. So if a hard drive goes bad, what happens to the AI? We're not thinking about that here. We're not thinking about like an AI system necessarily that has levers like training a model, right? We're thinking about what happens when you take an AI model and you put it out in the world with in the wild where there's other objects, people, weather, environmental conditions interacting with either this autonomous system or artificial intelligence agent. So that's where STPA really thrives, is looking at these emergent and complex interactions, which is perfect for AI. It's totally living at this mission business level, right? We have mission objectives. Let's see if an AI can handle it. We fire up some ChatGPT, throw all our documents in it, and something good maybe comes out. That's as coupled as you can get to mission business level with the technology. So it's very important that we do analysis like this. If you look at technical readiness levels, which is maybe an arcane topic, but it goes from like a transition level 1 to 9. And then you do different kinds of testing all the way up at the ladder. So lower levels of the ladder, you're doing lab testing, and then you take an operational capability out in the world, you need to do operational testing. So STPA is a way to do that. It's a way to project, and then we can also talk about how you might use it for red teaming and blue teaming.
So quick thing I'll add is that an interesting aspect of AI that's kind of new for some of these systems that are out there, especially at the operational kind of mission level, is that humans are going to start relying on AI to augment their role. So it's kind of like a human plus technology, which is a little different from the way we've kind of analyzed systems in the past. So having some sort of methodology like this that helps us do that analysis is really important.
Good segue. Like, how many of you have seen this disclaimer like really, really recently? It's in everything that has an AI prompt, right? In the DoD, you don't get to have bad days. You don't get to have an AI decision model like give you bad recommendations and then an operator acts on those. So control actions here, right? I wanted to find an image that really like told the story of control actions. So you have a human operator, you have some kind of autonomous bird in the sky that's taking these footage. That's a controller. And then if you add AI into the mix, maybe an AI model is making a recommendation to this controller. This controller may not trust it and may not take action. That could lead to a loss. So that makes it an unsafe control action. The operator could take the wrong action and you could have a greater loss. You could have a loss of life, loss of a military asset, loss of military secrets. Those are huge compromises that aren't acceptable in a DoD mission space.
Okay, so we've got a couple case studies we'll go through. We'll kind of show the system diagram modeling of what this looks like from a high level. I'll go into some of the hazards, some of the use cases. So this first one here is about an AI coding system. So seemingly something you would want if you're a software engineer, you want some augmentation of your workflow. So clearly LLMs are going to be a very critical part of something like that in an AI system. So we want to automate, kind of the goal here is really automate repetitive coding tasks, generate code snippets. There's all sorts of other things you could imagine you'd want to do with this AI coding system, but that's a clear benefit there. You might also see proactive bug and vulnerability detection. Some of you might be cringing at the fact that that's probably not true, but it is a thing that you could imagine being able to do versus having an engineer, just sit there at the terminal and type Python. You might be able to introduce some of these things. So bunch of system losses you can think about here. One of them is just inoperable or buggy code.
Who's doing like vibe coding type stuff or real coding with AI?
Scaffolding.
Okay.
Scaffolding.
Just
Good
one?
one.
2? Wow. Okay.
Okay, we got a couple. All right, half dozen. Anybody sell their vibe coding company for $1 million yet? Okay.
I see there.
So kind of from a high level again, a simple control diagram of this AI coding system. So some of the components here, controller would be developer, another controller would be your agent plugin, IDE, and then you get to kind of where things live in the lower parts where you're doing logging, you're doing some feedback store, and then you're finally kind of doing a training pipeline. And so you might send a prompt to the agent plugin. That's your control. You might get a AI response back. That's the feedback from that agent plugin, kind of and so on. You see existing code, generated code coming from that agent plugin to the IDE, and so on. So this is kind of how you would start analyzing an AI coding system. Obviously, you could get much more detailed than this, but this is kind of from a high level what you should be considering as a kind of starting blocks. I'll let you do this one.
Okay, so this one's kind of predicated on like a government analyst or a DoD analyst using an LLM to gather open source intel. So LLMs are really fantastic at parsing through data. It's really easy to point them at Google or like a RAG database or something and say, make sense of this for me. Tell me what I need to worry about in this giant pool of open source intelligence. Well, if you've ever used an LLM, they are gaslighting machines and will outright lie to you. Could be a problem for an analyst that needs to do something actionable, right? So immediately we can see kind of losses that can occur. Okay. Here's a control loop diagram for such a system. It's exemplary. But what you have is, again, these controllers at various different points. This one has nice color coding. So the blue lines are control signals, and the return lines are like sensor signals. If you think about it from terms of like an actuator, maybe you have a position sensor and an actuator. You sense a position, it returns the position. A controller says, I need you to move here. The actuator moves. Feedback circle happens, and then when the actuator gets to the sensor's position, it stops. So that's the whole control loop. So that's what all this is modeling. Control signals, feedback loops, and the thing that does the action.
Okay, so kind of summary slides. So why we'd want to apply STPA-Sec for AI systems. So it actually does start to address this emergent behavior, non-failure risks in AI that are a little bit beyond the sort of normal complexities of software. Reveals systemic risks from misaligned recommendations and feedback. We saw that in the diagrams. We can explore diverse causal factors in AI system workflows. We can proactively integrate safety and security into the system design by looking at those diagrams, and we'll see next how we dive into hazards. And then also it's applicable across kind of various complex AI-enabled systems. So we just gave 2 case studies. You can kind of go through the same process for sort of any AI system. So identifying hazards. So hazard identification and STPA. So just from a high level back to basics of STPA. So it's vital for complex systems because these hazards are really what you're after. Traditional methods, again, fall short of this for complex systems. STPA is a modern approach that helps us integrate hazards and loss into what we're trying to do. And it views it as a control, safety as a control problem. So defining losses. So this all comes back to stakeholder values. So what are the things that the stakeholders actually care about? What are they trying to protect? What are the things that they can't lose? Start by defining what are the unacceptable negative outcomes. You've probably done this in some sort of risk management type of way before, but this is kind of a different way of thinking about it. So losses, especially for DoD missions, as Chris was mentioning, that can include harm to life, property, and environment. So could be really large things like that, but it could be things that are just important to your organization. So modern systems add mission and data losses, and then we really want to use this to include the specific security losses. So not only thinking about kind of what the stakeholders value, but also putting in things that are very specific to security. So defining system hazards. So these are conditions that lead to loss. So that's really what the hazard is all about. So you want to start with defining these losses. Hazards exist within the system's control boundary. So you can't really build a hazard for something that's outside of your system. You're trying to focus on what is covered by your system. What can you do something about? Focus on controllable system states for design influence. And then, there's some examples. We're obviously going to continue with the case studies that we had, but they can include security and operational violations in addition to, things that you're trying to protect from a stakeholder perspective. So moving this to AI systems, so we want to establish control structure of the AI system. So we want to model commands, feedback, decisions between humans and the AI. So we saw some examples of that, especially in like the OSINT one, the OSINT, where there's an engineer somewhere in the mix that's a human, and then there's a system, an LLM, so interacting. So that's the scenario that we really want to kind of examine closely. And then we want to identify
the power button.
Coming back. All right. Yes? All right. And then we want to identify critical system hazards like inaccurate intelligence. I think we had kind of an example of that. But what are the really critical hazards? You could go back to some of the losses, but that's really what we're looking at there. And then you want to analyze these UCAs, the unsafe control actions, even from non-failures. So even in a case where it's not a drastic failure, I think the gaslighting is a good example. I think generating incorrect code is one that could be very subtle, might not be seen as a failure. So you want to examine kind of past that. Okay. So let's look at this from that AI coding system perspective. So one system loss that we can consider that we talked about before is this inoperable or buggy code. We might have inaccurate code generation and workflow errors as key hazards. So if we're reliant on the system to provide us with code that we're actually going to use on this real system, then incorrect, inaccurate code is going to be a pretty bad hazard for us. And then AI unpredictability obviously creates this emergent and non-failure risks that are key to this analysis. So the control diagram, we'll revisit that real quick. So we've got the developer, agent plugin, the IDE, all the way down to training pipeline. We kind of see from a high level, what the interactions between these things would be. And now we're going to take a look at what that translates into from a high hazard perspective. So these are not necessarily prioritized, but these are some of the identified hazards. So agent generates incorrect, vulnerable, or malicious code. that the developer unknowingly accepts. Feedback and logging data expose sensitive or proprietary code, obviously one that's very important. Prompt context includes misleading, ambiguous, or incomplete information, degrading the model performance, obviously bad for future versions of that model. Updates, we have cursors specifically, but any sort of AI coding system degrades the functionality, introduces regressions, or misaligns with what the user is actually trying to do. Telemetry collection could fail or is manipulated. And then the training pipeline might retrain on biased or low quality feedback data from the process that you're actually instantiating. So all realistic hazards that need to be kind of enumerated to understand how to protect against these.
Sure. So I actually want to go back a slide because there's a really interesting attack that just came out. So if we added GitHub on here, which these kind of tools have access to GitHub now, they can pull repos, they can make commits, they can clone repos. There's an attack vector where README in a Git repository has an adversarial prompt. And so if you tell your AI coding app to pull that repo, clone it, you've now essentially jailbroken your AI coding assistant, and now you don't know what it's doing. So it could be passing API tokens, sensitive information, making unauthorized commits, super fun stuff. So what that would look like is probably another controller that says GitHub hooked onto this IDE, and then ingest the repo, adds it into your code base. So without that extra box, you can't really do the analysis like Josh was saying, so we'd have to add that on. That becomes an extension of our system. So it's very important to capture that because that shows you parts of your attack surface that are available to the adversary. I don't want to spend too much time on this Ascent LLM, but you also need to, we don't even have the control loop here. So you would need to go back to the control loop, and that's how you start building out hazards. And then the next step, which Josh is going to talk about, is start identifying the unsafe control actions that are going to lead to those hazards. So these could be because of accidental operation in the environment. It could be unsafe control actions induced by an adversary to lead to a loss. Or it might be just something that you're considering, like how do we put a control on this and how do we safeguard it so adversary can't come in and tamper with this control.
Yeah, I think some of these are self-explanatory. You can see, one loss might be the inability to categorize data accurately, which, when the analyst is actually relying on that information, that may not be, something that you want to happen. So there's going to be lots of different hazards that kind of come out of that system. So modeling control structures. So we want to look at this from a hierarchical point of view. Try to understand the system components and their interactions. Define these control actions and feedback loops. And then we really want to model these AI components explicitly as controllers. And so we've seen that in the past couple slides. Where these AI pieces do actually control things. They actually have functionality beyond just receiving signals. So identifying unsafe control actions. So we've gone over those 4 types before, but we really want to define these clearly for the systems that we're talking about here and for those hazards. And we want to do that beyond the component failures, as that slide Chris showed a while back. We're not just operating at the component level, we're not just operating at the system level, we're at kind of the mission operational level. So for the AI coding system, kind of related back to those hazards, so we have some identified ones here. So we have a control action and then an unsafe when something is done. So developer accepts AI-generated code. That could be fine, but it's unsafe without proper review, leading to the deployment of insecure or incorrect logic. So makes sense, but you kind of go down and you enumerate these. So we have, for example, we have a suggestion being returned. That could be fine, but if it's based on undated or irrelevant info, then that might not be what you want. All the way down to things like developer feedback. As applied to training, could be great, but if you're not auditing that feedback, if you're not controlling who has access to give that feedback to the model, then it could be incorrect feedback. It could be feedback that ends up in bias in the training data, et cetera. So these are all potential unsafe control actions based on some of the hazards that we identified, but you can see that as you kind of blow this up and start to build out the system diagram to really control, use everything that's in your system as a control point and kind of feedback. Similarly for the OSINT, we have some non-failure that leads to inaccurate intelligence. We've gone through some examples of that where you might get inaccurate intelligence or completely hallucinated intelligence. May not be a failure in a usual sense, but that might lead to a failure down the way. We might actually see a situation where we're missing feedback. That causes a misalignment between the model outputs. And we're really trying to do this in a proactive way so that we can identify these risks as soon as we can. Okay, so the loss causal scenarios. So we want to identify what these causal factors are for unsafe control actions. So we're not just kind of identifying hazards, identifying these UCAs, and then calling it good. We actually want to know what are the causal factors. How do you go from one thing to the next? So inadequate control algorithms can also lead to UCAs. Inconsistent process models, definitely that can be a significant factor, so you want to make sure those are correct and detailed. Missing feedback or incorrect inputs can also cause these issues. Specifically to AI LLMs, insufficient training data can impact that, so that could be insufficient from a collection point of view specific to what you're trying to do. It could just be training data as a whole insufficiency. And then lack of confidence really affects this intelligence workflow. So if you can't trust the data that's coming to you, then obviously that's going to have a big impact on how you do your workflow. So STPA for AI. So some of the benefits, so it addresses AI's unique and emergent hazards, provides comprehensive causal analysis, enables proactive design and integration of safety, applicable across diverse complex AI systems. By extending it all the way to AI, we can do this. And then it also integrates with various safety and security standards. You can bring in now, what is NIST AI RMF say? Like what do we have to think about when we're designing these systems? Secure by design, a great tool to use in hand with something like this. Okay, so we're now at the place where we're going to be applying controls based on these UCAs. So we're going to transition from this hazard identification to risk mitigation. So we've identified the hazards. We're happy with the things that we've built there, but now we want to try to mitigate against those. So we want to apply controls to prevent these occurrences. So we want to integrate safety and security into the engineering process. So feed this back to the engineering team, and then we want to develop inherently safe and secure systems as close to the left as we can possibly get. So core principles, so we want to enforce constraints. So safety is a control problem, not just component failures. Accidents result from inadequate control or unenforced constraints. Controls enforce these constraints, preventing the hazardous states. And then safety constraints are critical boundaries for the system behavior. So you want to have some sort of constraints within the system of how you're going to do this analysis. So deriving requirements. So now we have these unsafe actions. We have these things enumerated. We want to derive requirements. What does our system need to do in order to keep itself safe from these actions? So we want to formalize the safety and security constraints. Those are the constraints from the last slide. We want to create those boundaries. We want to guide system design and implementation based on this information. And then we want to prevent hazards through these concrete requirements. And then formalizing the requirements. We want to formalize any sort of informal safety requirements that we have. Use formal methods like LTL for verification. That's for another talk. But then ensure rigorous software safety verification. So any place that we have these hazards identified, where can we do something to ensure that we're doing the right things from a safety and security perspective in those hazards. And then we want to bridge the gap to formal verification approaches. So we don't have to just end here. We can actually move what we've done analysis-wise into formal verification. And then safe behavior modeling. So we want to model this software behavior for safety. So we can construct with designers and analysts. We can do this collaboratively. We can focus on safety-related variables. We can visualize using UML, other types of state chart notifications, state machines, however you want to do it. And then we incorporate these STPA-derived safety requirements back into the full plan. And we've done this kind of thing with people, even in kind of a tabletop exercise kind of point of view. So even something as informal as that can really inform a lot of what this is doing. So generating safety test cases. So we can automate this. We can do this generation from an automated point of view. We can convert the model into testing tool input language. We can do suitability test coverage, generate test data, remove duplicative tests, all sorts of things in order to generate these test cases. I might add, we can use AI to do this. As long as we're doing this in a safely and secure manner, we can utilize AI for this. Software verification and execution, so we can verify the safe behavior model against those STPA requirements that we've formed. We can assure that the model satisfies all of that safety criteria that we've set. Convert abstract test cases into executable scripts, so now we're moving over into the actionable side of this. Run the scripts to validate software implementation, and then link those test cases that we've built back to the requirements for traceability. So fun little image, but one thing you can do with STPA-SEC that's kind of building up to this is that wargaming mitigations. So addressing kind of intentional threats from adversaries. So that's kind of going back a few slides, but thinking about security as really one of the hazards, or one of the what you really want to protect from a stakeholder point of view against adversaries. So if there's intentional threats, trying to model those. Wargaming is a great mitigation tactic for that. You can involve your red and blue teams to build this from a kind of simulated, emulated point of view, and then you assess the effects and costs of those countermeasures. And then you're going to bring what you learned from that back into your system design and analysis. System level interventions. So I'm running a little low on time, so I might run through this. So we want to address hazards beyond the component failures, feedback paths. Really what we're getting to at the bottom here is we want clear accountability for any harms that might come to this system or to the users of the system. And then, as always, continuous improvement and integration. So we want to iterate this throughout the entire system lifecycle, not just at the beginning, not just in the middle, not just at the end. You want to continue to do this. Refine safety and security measures continuously. We want to integrate with software and engineering standards and with those teams, and support. Future work involves tool support and automation. So. As this gets more adapted into the AI space, you can expect to see more tools being developed in this space.
So a place where AI is definitely helping in STPA analysis is just enumerating and coming up with hazards that could cause an unsafe control action. That's usually a stage where you need like a few humans in a room, like smashing their head, getting really creative. AI really helps you kind of like go through a bunch of plausibles and see if you can get to these actions, and the hallucinatory aspect of it is kind of a benefit in that regard.
Okay. A couple quick slides on takeaways, and then we'll open up for questions. So I think we've beat this over everybody's head, so maybe there's nothing to continue on here. But one is this risk compliance and governance. So sometimes a complicated space that's very different from system design, but still needs to be integrated back into your workflow. You can use this methodology to bring those things in earlier. And so now, early in your system design, you're thinking about risk compliance and governance instead of towards the end. So you can derive detailed safety requirements from these UCAs, so that helps connect back. And then address intentional security threats back to kind of that red teaming piece, and then enhance compliance with these industry standards that are out there. And with that, we'll open it up for questions.
I thought it was interesting the point that you raised where if the system's not trustworthy. I thought it was interesting the point that you raised that if the operator finds the system to be untrustworthy, not only are you then going to have the risks of the system causing damage due to bad logic, but you're going to have the risk of the operator failing to allow the system to actually do its job.
Yep.
Yeah, I can give you a couple concrete examples. The radar system I worked on, it didn't have AI, but it had like automatic gain control, which is very new at the time. And what it was supposed to do is adapt the filter of the radar automatically to filter clutter out. Well, if you turn this on, it sees a lot of clutter, so it lowers the gain all the way to the bottom. Nice, clean screen, but you're not going to detect an inbound missile with a radar cross-section like smaller than a bee because your filter's so high. We would just turn it off and not use it, so it didn't save us any time, and it cost the Navy a whole lot of money. Another system, computer vision, physical security, camera detecting intruders, right? So the DoD sponsor paid us to come in and do an analysis of how could this go wrong. There's a couple of specific adversarial attack vectors that we want to do analysis for. So one was injecting adversarial artifacts into an image stream. Another was creating these adversarial patches that you can like put on a wall, and if the camera sees it, it suppresses object detections. So very effective. We do the analysis. Not only can you suppress detections, but you can actually create so many false positives that the user instantly turns the system off. So you just undermine the entire security system.
When situations like that arose, what did you do to regain trust in the operator once you had repaired or improved the problem?
So for that one, it kind of underscored that these adversarial patches are a huge problem in AI space, and you have to control them somehow. There were no controls for that before. So if your system encountered this in a wild, it's a new novel threat, there's no control mechanism to suppress it or even deal with it. Maybe a human user would see it and be like, that's a weird pattern, I don't know why it's making all these false positives. So now there's controls. You can do training on your model against those patterns. You can detect the patterns, things like that, to like alert an operator. You can say that we have really low confidence in this detection, so maybe like don't use the system right now, things like that.
One thing I'll add to that is that another thing we learned is that the system just wasn't robust enough. It wasn't built to not only not withstand these patches that we built, the adversarial pieces, but once you started to dig into the system itself, you could give it, kind of noisy samples and it would fail miserably. So it came all the way back to like good TE and V&V. So they needed to get back to the drawing board. Any other questions?
We've got time for one more. No. That's all. Thank you very much. Thanks everyone for joining.
Thank you.
The next PasswordsCon track talk will be at 5 p.m. The HMAC trap, security or illusion.
I think a professional person did pictures.
Okay, welcome to PasswordsCon again. We're glad everybody is here. Just some reminders. As we've announced before, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Prismacloud and Vanta, our diamond sponsors, also our gold sponsors, Adobe and SemGrep. It's along with their support and also the support of everybody, including yourselves and all the volunteers and everyone that makes this conference possible and thus PasswordsCon possible as well. So, cell phones. If you have a cell phone on you, please put it on silent so that everybody can enjoy without any disruption. Photos. Please don't take the BSides Las Vegas photo policy is not to take photographs of anybody without their consent, whether they're a speaker or whether they're an attendee or whether they're inside or outside or whatever the story is. I believe the speaker said it's fine to take photos if you want to of her or her content. But anybody else in the room, please don't take any pictures that includes anyone else without their consent. HMAC. Yeah, we use it everywhere. I think many of us think that we are quite good at how we've secured it. So looking forward to this talk, especially the HMAC trap, security or illusion. So we'd like to invite Isni to handle this part for us.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So today we're going to be talking about HMAC. Is something, like he said, is everywhere. We use it quite often, even though we sometimes don't realize that that's the thing. So let's go ahead and just get right into it. So my name is Marloan Cleary, but I also go as Isni. It's better to remember that way. Currently, I'm a penetration tester. I love to find out how to break into things, how to fix things. And I also like to share that knowledge in a blog that I host on hexbigheads.com. And this content will also be up there. So if you guys want to take pictures, it's fine. But other than that, it will be available later tonight. So I love the beach. I'm from Puerto Rico. So that is my go-to. Love sushi. And yeah, pandas. So that's my spirit animal. So that's a little bit about myself. So today, what we're going to be talking about is a little bit about what HMAC is. I will have some demos. They're actually pre-recorded videos because I didn't want to test the demo gods on this today. So we're just going to go ahead and have the pre-recording parts. And then we're going to go over a little bit of best practices, what things you guys can do, whether you're a developer or in any realm on the cybersecurity field, what things you should be looking at when it comes down to HMAC. And then towards the end, we'll have some takeaways and questions that you guys may want to ask me. So out of every single topic that I can possibly have, why HMAC? So like the quote says there, security is not a product, it's a process. So before I became a penetration tester, I was a system security engineer. And my job was to go through the designing phases of a system and trying to figure out what is the best way to make them cybersecurity resilient and secure. Now, I go to work one day and my client says, you need to sit in this call and see what is going on with HMAC. And at that point, I did not know what it was. I'm being quite honest about it. And so I sat down and it came down to three things at the end of that meeting. Do we have to implement it? Can we accept the risk and not have it? Or if we do have it, how long is it going to take for us to have it implemented? Now, what it became just a research of a high-level overview of the threat landscape with or without it, it became like a challenge for me. So I needed to understand, okay, how hard is it for somebody to implement the HMAC, right? Is it going to be just a few lines of code? Is it going to break something else? So I needed to take it upon myself and figure that out. So before I did all of that, I needed to find out what HMAC was. So we know what MAC is. So the message authentication code is a short string of bits used to verify the integrity and authenticity of a message, right? So a message is generated with a shared key between the server and the client, and that message alongside with the shared key creates the MAC value, right? So unlike hashes, the MAC has a better resistance when it comes down to tampering, because it requires a secret key in order for it to work. It also ensures the integrity. Unlike the digital signatures, you will always know who sent that message based on that. Now, we know what MAC is, but what is HMAC, right? So the HMAC also attached the hashing function, which I'll show you guys here in a minute. So we have here the sender, right? It's gonna have the same shared key between them and the receiver. We have the message, and the combination of the shared key and the message creates the MAC value. Once that message is sent over to the receiver, if they do match, that means that the data has not been altered. So the receiver end will go ahead and use that same key in that message and make sure that the value that he received is the same. If it doesn't match, then that means that the data has been altered, and well, there's a problem. You either have two things that will happen. Either the data packet will just drop, or you have to go ahead and reinitiate the transmission of that data set again. So HMAC comes along. So HMAC is just adding the hash base into the cryptographic function for MAC. So this will just have any cryptographic hash that you want to implement into it, and then it will just go ahead and generate a code and send it over alongside with the message. So why is it important? The HMAC just ensures the confidentiality, right? It's ensuring that all the sensitive information that is going to be accessible only for authorized systems. It also maintains the integrity, so all the data that has been sent is not being modified by nefarious people. And then it guarantees the availability that once it is actually what is intended and it goes where it needs to be, that you're gonna get that message. So in this case, HMAC, how does it work? So we have Alice here, because she's the person of this year, and she wants to send a message to the Mad Hatter, right? So she has her message, and she has a key that she shares with the Mad Hatter. Now, once she's done with the message, she's gonna go ahead and attach the HMAC value into the message. It's gonna send it over. Once that message is received by the Mad Hatter, if the secret key is going to compute the HMAC value that came alongside with the message. Once that is done, if it is good and has not been altered, everybody's happy, everybody can see their message. If they don't, then that means that there's some type of tampering going on. There's a mismatch between the values. Probably some logging and troubleshooting might have to happen, but you know, we never know. So that is one of the main things that we need to be very careful about it. So things like the TLS will also use HMAC when it comes down to the authentication and the mismatching, and the rejection of connections if they don't match. So once I have all that information, send it over and in my brain, I needed to figure out, okay, how do I make this work? So I created a simple client and server Python environment in my home lab, right? And then there's 4 things that are very critical when it comes down to implementing HMAC. One of them, you need to import the HMAC library. You also have to make sure that once you do that, you select the hashing algorithm to import. So the hash lib in this particular scenario is just importing an MD5, not the secure, but that's what we're going to start with. And then we're gonna go ahead and call for the secret key. Not also the greatest secret key, but it just get the point across. And after that, what is going to happen is I'm gonna go ahead and generate a message. That message is gonna go ahead and associate the secret key and put it into a hashing method for the MD5, and it's gonna send that over. This particular pieces of information is really important because it has to match between client and server. It cannot be different, otherwise the message is not gonna go, you're gonna have a fail. So let's go ahead and take a look at how that looks like. So in this particular scenario, on the left side, you guys are gonna see my server. It's gonna have a listening port on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, waiting for a connection from my local host. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start typing, hello B-Sides, Las Vegas 2025. And from my client, I'm gonna go ahead and send that to my server. Now this is gonna show us that the message has been received. There is my HMAC value right over there, and then it was verified. So both computations between the HMAC and the server and the client is the same. So I had no issues there. Great. So next okay, so how do I go about trying to figure out what happens if somebody gets my message and the HMAC value? So we're just gonna go ahead and see if we can crack it. So we go to Hashcat and assign it the MD5 mode because that's what I had. And then there it is. So now I have my HMAC value, I have my messages, and I have the secret key. So this was a major milestone for me because I'm like, okay, so what else can I do with it, right? So the next step is like, let me just go ahead and go a little bit farther and just go ahead and try SHA-256 just for the heck of it, because why not? So go ahead and send that message, hello again, to my server. I got the SHA-256 there. It was verified. All is good. And then I'm just going to go ahead and go to Hashcat and see if I'm going to be able to get away with that again. So in this case, it took a little longer, but I still was able to find the secret key within RockU there. So now that I know how it looks when it does work, I needed to figure out what happens if I am able to intercept the data packet. So that's when we started to look into data packet manipulation. So for this particular scenario, I use a Burp Suite B app called Nope. And I had to create and finagle with the client server in order to get the HTTP request crafted so this demo could work. So I'll show you guys what that looks like. So here I already have Nope proxy already installed. So the first thing that we need to do in order to get this to work is turn off the proxy setting from Burp Suite. So once we do that, we go into the Nope proxy. And once we're there, we're going to go into the server configuration settings. So here we're looking into our server information. So we're going to use the 8080. We're looking for our local port and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as our listener. We're going to start our intercept also. And once we do that, we're just going to go over to my client and server environment. And I'm going to see what happens when I turn that on. So I'm going to go ahead and type a message. And you can see that the connection has been established from my local host into the server, but nothing came through, right? So I'm going to go ahead and go into the Burp Suite, and I can see that my message is there and the HMAC value is also there. So I want to say, so what happens if I just modify it a little bit before sending the packet over to the server? So I added some stuff in the message like, hello, are you there? And I go ahead and forward that message over. Now, based on all the information that we have discussed so far, it should fail, right? Because the message and the HMAC value should not be the same. And that's what happened. We have an integrity check fail right there, meaning that whatever I send, the HMAC value of that message should not be that, therefore it didn't work out. So I went ahead and tried to send another message, just like, hello, somebody there? Same thing here, connection is established. I go back to Burp Suite, and this time I'm just gonna go ahead and send it over. It was better for me to see if it's actually working. So integrity verified, everything is good, the HMAC value is the same, no issues there. So what happens if I try to go ahead and modify the HMAC value instead of the message? So I went ahead, established the connection again, and then I'm gonna just change a few of the characters of the HMAC value, and I'm gonna send that over. And in this particular scenario, it also failed. So the server is doing everything in their end to make sure that whatever the message is, the HMAC value is also the same. If it's not, it's just gonna go ahead and discard it. So now that we know that, I wanted to see how does this look in Wireshark, right? So go ahead and have my little server and client going on. And I'm just gonna go ahead and just craft a message. It was verified, everything was good. I go to Wireshark looking for that data packet. And I'll just go ahead and follow the TCP dump for that. I'm gonna zoom in because I wear glasses, so I can see. And once I have that, I'm gonna craft that into a hash.txt file. And I'm gonna take all of that into Hashcat and see if I can crack it and get the key. So after a long time thinking, and there is my key. So now that we have covered a little bit of how the client and server communication kind of interacted, from this point on, we're just gonna see a little bit of examples of different attacks and methods that people uses when it comes down to HMAC. All of the values that you're gonna see here for the algorithm is gonna be SHA-256. And the word list that I'll be using is a crafted one. So I'm not gonna use RockU, or we'll be here forever. So very just simple proof of concepts when it comes down to this. So we have the information. We know that the keys are the most valuable pieces of information when it comes to HMAC. So once I do that, can I do more? So in this case, let's say that we have been able to get information from somebody that is trying to log into a server, right? So we have all that information, we have an admin user, we have their HMAC, and we know what the algorithm is. So we're just gonna go ahead and try to do a dictionary extract to brute force and see if we can get the key. Now, once we have that key, then anything can go, right? Let's see if that goes any faster. All right, so I was able to find that user was using secret 123. And now that I have the actual key, I'm just gonna go ahead and do a message. So anything that goes from this point on, when it comes down to the messages, I can introduce a malicious payload in there. It doesn't matter, the server is gonna take it as true because I have the one important piece of that, and that's gonna be the key. So in this case, I'm just gonna go ahead and send a message called like I found you, and I'm just gonna go ahead and see if that is gonna come back as a true, and then it was received successfully. All right, so next we have, what do we do if we modify the timestamps? So in this particular scenario, we have an HMAC value that is protected by timestamps, which everybody should use when it comes down to implementing HMAC anyways. The server is going to check for the timestamps value when I send my messages over. And if there is any type of discrepancy of type of replay attack is happening, the actual HMAC value and the message is going to change throughout a period of time. So at that point, the payload itself is going to be too old, and the server is going to be, you know what, I don't know what you're trying to do. This is not working. It already expired. So here I'm just verifying that the HMAC value is true. Oh no. There you go. So I know that the HMAC value is true, and that's right. So then I try it again, and it went to a false. So that means that the timestamp itself within the HMAC value on the server has already changed. Which is what we see right here as a result. So again, it is invalid, it's too old, I don't recognize it. The server is going to go ahead and try it again. And that's the best way to counteract what we're talking about, replay attacks. So now that we know what replay attacks work, how about timing attacks? So the timing attack is a little bit of a flaw when it comes down to it. So if you have a string comparison with an equal on the actual HMAC implementation, the attacker can actually measure how long would it take to get the right HMAC value. And so in this case, I know that the false comparison, because I changed something in the MAC, is approximately 320 milliseconds, right? So what if I just take a few of the characters out of the HMAC value and see what I get for timing? So I still have a comparison of time. So what if I just remove everything and just try the first character here for the HMAC value? So now it's 5 seconds. So within the timing attack, we have a way that the attackers can indicate, okay, I am getting close to knowing what the HMAC value it is for this. And they just keep like hammering towards everything until they get the right amount and the right characters in here. So the closer they are to get it right, the less amount of time will be on that counter. Next, we have the logic bugs. So this is something that has been seen in the wild before. It's just a matter of understanding how to implement the logic when it comes down to the server and the presence of the HMAC in here. So in here, I'm just gonna go ahead and paste a different message that it was originated before with a different HMAC value that is probably not what hello world should be. And once I do that, everything is gonna come back to true. So if the attackers send whatever garbage they want to send, whatever malicious payload is in there, the server doesn't know how to respond to that. So everything is going to be true, even if the HMAC value is not accurate or if the message itself is not accurate. So that will eventually get you your actual server compromised at that point. So we also have HMAC presence on Java Web Tokens. And in this one, in this particular scenario, we have a user that goes by admin1, low privilege person, just somebody, right? And then we have here what their Java Web Token looks like. Once we go over that, we can just do an analysis of it, and we break it down. Okay, so we have a hatching algorithm for SHA-256 there. We know what type of token it is. We know the username and the role and its signature. So in order for all of the Java Web Tokens to work in a secure manner, you should have the signature requirement flag implemented there. Because if you don't, I'll show you guys what does. But so we have an admin1, the user, and a secret key. So we know what all of those things look like because I was able to do a brute force attack because my secret key is not the best. Now, in order for us to make sure that the Java Web Tokens are secure, we need to make sure that the header is showing up, the algorithm none is not there. You always should have the signature requirement in there, because otherwise the server will skip the verification and it will accept any token that sends through without the key. All right, so we're down to the best practices. So everything around HMAC revolves around the keys. So the stronger the keys, the better you are. We should not be using user passwords when it comes down to creating keys. It's gonna be probably easy to crack. So we wanna make sure that we avoid that. Once the key is compromised, then everything will work and until that key is changed. So unless you change it, you will be compromised for the duration of that key on that server. I would recommend establishing a key management plan. Find out what length the key should be. Implement key rotation so that way you're not stuck with the same key for eternity or 6 months, depending on who you work with. Establish audits and revocation. So if there's something within the audit logs that you guys see that is kind of like iffy about it, then go ahead and revoke that key. Try to figure out the steps to issue a new one. Next, we need to make sure that all of those keys have a strong algorithm. SHA-256 is okay, RSA, SHA-3. All of those things will actually be able to help you guys secure those keys. Never hard code the keys in the configuration files. That's just not good practice. And apply least privilege. Not everybody needs to have access to all the keys. So make sure that those are also part of your key management plan. For securing the code, make sure that you include the timestamps and the nonce. That will help the server identify if there's any type of replay attack trying to happen, and everything was just gonna get dropped by it. So that's a good thing to do. Validate timestamps, rejected and reuse. Any expired messages, just get them thrown out. That will also alleviate the issues with the timing and attack replays. And also secure comparison functions. So in this case, you should have, if you're writing stuff in Python, you should have an HMAC compare digest. So it's just gonna make sure that it's gonna compare what the server is getting and what the client is sending. That way you don't have to go through any of the issues that you might encounter if you don't have that. For the Java Web Tokens, like I said, make sure that you have nice and strong keys also. Algorithm validation, just make sure that that flag is also included, that you don't have the alg none in there. And also key rotation. Make sure that you rotate those Java Web Tokens keys when you're signing them off. And for takeaway, so HMAC is still a way to protect from unauthorized access and message tampering and forgery. But it's going to be as strong as you implement those. So if you use strong algorithms, if you have the random generation of keys, and if you can go ahead and update the secret key and keep it safe, then you should not have any issues with HMAC at all. HMAC is not broken. It's just misused, mismanaged sometimes. So I don't want you guys to think that just because you have a strong algorithm, everything's just there. You need to make sure that you have the proper way to manage and safeguard those keys, because those keys are technically the key to the kingdom when it comes down to the server. And I think that is it. So I'm open for questions if anybody has one. Wow. Yeah.
It's coming. It's coming.
Oh.
To what extent and in what context do timing attacks on HMAC comparisons occur in the real world? In particular over the network would be relevant for my work, but in general.
In particular with what? I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
In particular over the network would be particularly relevant.
In this particular scenario, the timing replay, I already had access, so I'm just assuming a breach. So the likelihood of that happen is not as high as you would think on the regular, like on the network.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's particularly likely, but I'd like to know other opinions because I don't know if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that is something that I still need to delve into and research more, but yeah.
Well, thank you.
Okay, let's take this one. Start with you.
Thank you. Thank you for this talk. I had a question about timestamp, the inclusion of the timestamp in the HMAC. So first of all, are there any best practices for the actual mechanics of doing that, like concatenating it to the payload or whatnot? And then the second question was, or I guess second part of that question is, do you have a recommended like maximum clock drift after which you would like no longer accept an expired timestamp, I guess?
So for the projects I was working on, we added the timestamp for 30 to 40 seconds. And that is going to depend on your system. Because in my case, it was something that I cannot have too long or too short, because that will create a delay on whatever was going to happen. Going to talk about it. But that is going to depend on your system and your architecture. So in my case, it was 30 to 40. That was based on the mission that it had back then. But it can be shorter. It can be probably 5 seconds.
I was wondering, did you actually implement a timing attack, or was it just sort of like theoretically? I mean, you noticed the timing was shorter for the shorter one. I just tried to I'm just curious because I've tried implementing timing attacks before, and it's extremely difficult for me. And I just was wondering if you had any tips. For that, if you
Yeah.
did it.
So in this particular case, it was an assumed breach, and it was like super simple. It was just a matter of understanding how the timing rotation it is. And you are right; it's gonna take longer because there's many sequences, and according to the longer of the algorithm, the more inputs you will have to have. So, no. I do want to, but no. For this example, it's just a matter of showing you guys what the difference will be between a correct input and an incorrect one.
Yeah, I want to meet somebody who's actually successfully implemented timing attacks because I've even tried introducing artificially long timing delays, and it still doesn't work. I'm like, why is this not working? I don't. So I'd love to find somebody who can do it.
But another thing that and I know we all hear about all the buzzing about quantum computing. So that is something that it will affect all of this hashing algorithms, all of this implementation. So something that you guys need to also take into consideration once this old boom happened about quantum and all of the things that are going behind it, then we might need to find better implementations when it comes down to securing our hashes. And maybe time-based attack will actually be a lot shorter.
Okay, we've still got time for some more questions. Also, I mean, we can have it as a discussion as well. So if you would like to answer a question that's been asked, or if you have an example that fits in, you can do that as well.
Yeah, and just as part of the story, I don't know if they implemented it or not because I moved on from that project, so who knows? I did recommend it to implement it though.
Okay, let's go back here.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So in some of the frameworks that I've worked in, I've seen mention of password-based key derivation functions. Do you have like any recommendations on whether or how to use those in deriving your shared secrets?
So I don't like the password derivation piece of things. I understand why people do it. It makes sense. But as far as the implementation of it for secret keys to HMAC, is it a good key? So those are the questions that you have to say. How long is it? How good of a key is it? And can you use it? Definitely don't use secret 1, 2, 3. Like, that's just a given. But with all the changes about password length and all the things that we have to do now is like 20 characters long or all of that. So there might be some type of leeway that you can use them, but I just don't recommend that.
Cool. Any further questions? I was thinking about the best practices that you're mentioning over there. Was anyone in this morning's talk that could just remind everyone what there was an issue? No one here was in this morning's talk. Okay. I was hoping somebody could bring it up. Okay. It was about the secret keys and about how you keep and about how everyone loves putting their code on GitHub and sending all of these secret keys. And if you get a chance, watch it as well because it ties in well with this talk because it shows just how bad the exposure is of secret keys and the keys used for the derivation of HMAC keys that people are just leaving lying around facing the internet. And yeah, anybody can just gain access. Obviously, it then takes the hard work out of doing all of this because your keys are now just lying around. And it's easy like that. So yeah, so that ties in well, keeps the thread going about how that best practice comes into your HMAC security as well. No more questions? If there's none, then we'd like to thank Isni.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome everybody to our last talk of the day for PasswordsCon, but certainly not the least. Just by way of reminder, if you are first time attending a talk with us today, just a reminder on cell phone usage. Please don't take any photos of the attendees around you without their consent. Felipe has said you can take pictures of him and or his slides, so you're welcome to do that. There's no need to take any video because it's being streamed and recorded, so no need to do that. And please put your phones on silent so that it doesn't interfere with anybody else. Again, a quick thank to our sponsors, our diamond sponsors, Prisma Cloud and Vanta, and our gold sponsors, DropZone AI and Project Circuit Breaker. And then all the other sponsors and volunteers as well that made this conference possible for us, including yourselves for being here, that make B-Sides enjoyable for everybody to learn and to have fun. So we're going to welcome Felipe from Brazil. So I will try and say boa tarde, Felipe.
Yeah, that's
right,
cool.
good. Obrigado. Right, so we're going to hand over to Felipe, who's going to do machine identity and attack path, the danger of misconfigurations. And then afterwards there'll be some Q&A as well. So let's hand over to Felipe.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me good, right? That's cool. Your Portuguese is very cool. And yeah, thank you so much for being here, mainly in the last talk. Are you tired? I'm tired. Come on, sir. Who's tired here? Yeah, everyone is tired. Okay, thank you for being here, by the way. And yeah, so let's talk about our main topic. Actually, our conversation will be divided in two parts. The first part is more bullshit part. The theoric part is kind of bullshit, I know that, but that's necessary. But the second part is more sexy, let's say the more technical part. So please stay until the end, because in the middle I share more the funny things and more sexy party. So by the way, who here work with the AWS? Just to, okay. Who works with Azure? Who works with Google? Yeah, or OCI? Who work with nothing? Because someone worth nothing. Okay, cool. So basically, I'm a head of Identity Threat Labs and Global Product Advocate at Segura, and I'm responsible for doing investigations about the threats, understand how the threat works, and mainly how the attackers are, the attackers are creating new techniques and explore identities, actually, and machine identities. This is a kind of type of name by Gartner, let's say, fucking Gartner. I can say fucking Gartner. It's not polite, right? Sorry, guys. This is the community event, okay? Anyway, so I'm part of the Red Team Village, director of the team, responsible for sponsors. And I'm organizer of B-Sides Porto in Portugal. By the way, I'm living Portugal right now. Actually, 50% of my time I live in Portugal, and another 50% I live in out of Dallas, here in US. So, but I'm one of the organizers at B-Sides Porto, so I know how this event works. So I'm founder of this community called the Red Team Community. This community is focused on red team in Brazil, basically. I'm Brazilian, as he said, and but I'm living in Portugal. We talk Portuguese. And I'm a part of the Raízes Cybers. Basically, Raízes or races, or it's a kind of root. It means root. Basically, the idea is to spread the message and to helping people to get inside of the cybersecurity stuff. It's created for the Spanish people and Portuguese people as well, to helping, to growing and to get inside of the cybersecurity. That's, if you see, I just received in salary for the first company here, and the other is no profit initiative and the community events, let's say. Okay, cool. By the way, first questions, just who was last year here? Anyone who last year watching my talk here? Cool, this would be, you were here last year? Yeah? Okay, I will bring some things to you, and you watch my talk at HackSpaceCon, right, at Florida. Okay, cool. So first of all, my company, it's called Segura. It means secure in Portuguese language. We're responsible for providing solutions for identity and mainly PAN solution. When I mean PAN is privileged access management, just to let you know. So it's a Brazilian company, but we have an office here in US, and we are growing. Okay, let's talk about our main topic. So what is machine identity? Just to put in every people on the same page. Basically, machine identity refers this unique identity because we are using to use the user and password, right? But nowadays, we need to have the, let's say, not more password. So probably you heard about passwordless technology, right? And sometimes when you have two different applications in the cloud, for example, or even on-premise, you don't need to have the user password. You can use it, you should use in service account, right? It's more best practice to integrate those type of things. And we talk about this is about machine identity or no human identity, right? Because you have a permission above those identities, and you need to set those permissions between those different applications to talk between applications 1 and application 2, right? You don't need to have the user like Felipe user or password, because if I leave the company, the application is going down, right? Because it should be based on the service account. That's cool. So basically, machine identity refers to that, okay? So about secrets, tokens, or mainly now we are involved with the Docker containers, you know, like the Kubernetes and many things about that. So we talk about this machine identity. When you talk about the human identity, we are talking about the user, and based on user, password, and many things you know about that, okay? So basically our vision about machine identity is just to understand everything is about machine identity, how you manage the governance, privilege accounts, secrets, cloud entitlements. It's quite new, another fucking word of Gartner, anyways, okay? And access management, certification lifetime, identity posture manager of the famous ITDR, another fucking word. I'm not good in this, to be polite. Anyway, identity threat detection response is ITDR. And you have many others, you know, security posture. But I know that's necessary for organizations, to manage cloud providers, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's the vision about machine identity, how you can manage this. First is, when you look into the kind of solutions, so we are, like, let's say, I'm supposing that you work with you in your company, you are an analyst, or you are like a principal, you are a staff, whatever the position. When you need to look into this kind of solution, you need to figure what is the best solution that you should be using for discovering for these identities. Let's say the machine identity, the server, containers, pipeline, many cloud workloads. When you need to look into the governance, let's say the best practice to enforce the policy, or even have a kind of control or the ownership. The other one is to automate it, again, to thinking about just-in-time access, because I published it, I think 1 week ago, the big attack that happened in financial sector in Brazil. I don't know if you have opportunity to read, but you can came to my social medias after this talk. You can see this complete article that I investigate. And this attack is happened because the company that suffered this attack didn't have the just-in-time access enabled, because the attack had happened during the night, started at 4 a.m. in the morning. So, you know, the attacker, they didn't many fraudulent transactions during the morning. So starting 4 p.m., actually start before, like 2 or 3 p.m. So like if the company had the just-in-time access to block at this access or these transactions during the night or in the morning, let's say, the company could block at this attack. So when you think about the identity access management, you need to look into this type of things, okay? And to be secure, like looking or working with this kind of concept called the least privilege, okay? Just to understand what is machine identity. Okay, so talking about cloud, so if you think about offensive perspective in the past, when you talk about on-premise, we have the high-value target. So we look into the Active Directory, and the Active Directory had the administrator guys, okay? So how do you work in the cloud? Or how do you manage those type of things? So high-value targets comes to the military, as the terminology here from the US. So it refers to the person or the resource that the enemy commander requires to complete the mission, okay? So basically, this is the talk about military perspective. However, if you think about, for example, the organization, so you need to think, who is the high-value target in my organization? So think who could be the high-value target in your company? So maybe it's a C-level, maybe could be the CFO, because the guy responsible for pay the salary. So usually we think that, okay, who could be the most impacted position in my company if the attacker gained the access in this identity, or if the guys should have a kind of, let's say, the permissions attached to this guy. So what is the impact? So think about that. So maybe we think, okay, the high-value target can be the C-level, board member, or can be the senior executive management. Sometimes we think that this guy is the high-value target. However, we have here people with elevated privilege. So now I have another point about that case that I share with you about the Brazilian financial attack. The guy responsible for helping the criminals, the facilitator, he was a developer, junior developer. Who is developer here in this room? Just to, Jesus. Okay, sorry for that, but it's not your guilt. That's the point here. The point is about VS Code. Let me explain. To install VS Code requires what? Administrator access. So it's not, the guilt is about the VS Code, because I'm kidding. Like the many different applications that you need to install in your machine requires the administrator access. And that's the key here, because the security level should look into that and the identity perspective. How I can give you the access to this machine if I'm supposed that I'm a developer and I need to use in VS Code, I need to use in many different stacks to, doing programming things. And the key is how I can go deeply and to giving the access for a specific application and a certain granularity. Is a challenge here, and that's the key. So let's wait in here. Okay, Philippe, you are explaining us that maybe a junior guy can be a high-value target. The answer is yes. So that guy that was the facilitator in the financial attack was a junior guy, but they had a privilege in the environment just because of certain applications. So if they had a just-in-time access, perspective access, or other type of protection, they could block it or, like protecting the environment. So that's important thing to understand here. So many teams involved with the sensitive, information or even a stack project can be the high-value target. So that's important to understand here because I will show you some misconfiguration. Actually, I'm not bringing to you the 0 day. I'm bringing you fucking misconfiguration. Yeah, that's true. Okay, another important thing is attack vector. It's a simple, like the method used by these cyber attacks. Like they can use in different methodology, and it's just important to clarify the difference between attack vector and attack surface. Attack surface is your attack guy. Is many possibilities in this fucking room here. I cannot using more fucking. I'm using a lot of fucking. That's okay. Sorry for that. In the end of the day, we were asking, what are you learning this talk about fucking? Sorry, but anyway. So if you see, we have a different, windows here. We have 2 rooms here. So when you talk about attack surfaces, the many surfaces that attack can go inside of the environment. So that's the attack surface. Attack vector is the way that attack is using to go inside of this door, and that door. You know what I mean? So that's the difference about attack vector. Super common malware, malicious software, ransomware, that's cryptography your environment and request a payment. Phishing as a kind of technique that you can use as a method to go inside, and you can have the vector inside. But there are human errors like weakened credentials, poor encryptions, and misconfiguration. This is our main takes here. And of course, it's when you allowing someone to access the sensitive information is another type of attack vector, okay? Cool. Another is attack path. Our main topic here basically is the chain, is the visualization of the events and how they occur this attack or how the attacker can explore the environment, okay? This picture is so nice. So my team recreated this image, but basically this image it came to the OWASP risk. It's not exactly in graph way, as you can see in this picture. However, it's one idea how this chain works. So you see here the threat agent, so the malicious guy, the vector. I explained to you what is the attack vector. In this case, misconfiguration, okay? And security weakness when they explore the weakness in some application. So let's suppose that you add some wrong configurations or you perform these misconfigurations in your environment. You are bringing to your environment this security weakness. even if you don't know, is a weakness because you applied the wrong permissions to the wrong user. So it's a weakness. So when you get inside, you can, of course, control the security sensors in the environment. And after that, you can bring the impact of the technical or even business impact, okay? So you can imagine this example of Brazilian that I bring you. By the way, this is a very nice topic to bring into the next year, the talk, okay? Talk about this attack in Brazil. But basically, you have a technical impact. Why? Because this company responsible for real-time payment, they need to be stopped by the central bank in Brazil. Because like this is example of a real supply chain attack. Because like probably here in US, works like the same case. Because in Brazil, basically you have a person here, the client, that would like to buy a cryptocurrency. Let's suppose the Bitcoin. You can pay in Brazil in a real-time payment. We call Pix, but here in US we call Zelle. That's right? Right? If you don't know, okay, I know that's in US here, but if you're in another country, like in Portugal, it's called MBWay. It's another service. If you live in your country, probably another country, you have this similar payment process, but you have another name. But how this working in the technology perspective? You have here the user buy the cryptocurrency. You can pay in real-time process. You can buy by Zelle here in US, or in Brazil, you can buy by Pix. So these companies in the middle, they're responsible for offer this payment process in real time. It's a third-party company. So this is the supply chain involved with that. So this company responsible for offer this API payment, the real-time payment, they need to inform the central bank responsible for, in our case in Brazil. I don't know the name of the central bank here in US, responsible for the government payment. Do you know the name? Federal Reserve. So they're responsible for regulate all those processes. In Brazil, we have the reserved account for every bank. So let's say the banks in Brazil, they manage all accounts in this reserved account. So this is the flow. So I need to buy here, remember, the Bitcoin. I will pay, okay, in Pix or Zelle. So once I start this flow, I need to inform the Fed here or the central bank in Brazil. They go to this reserved account, in our case in Brazil. This bank has this reserved account, this amount of money. So they return to this flow, again, 2, 3 companies involved. So this is a kind of chain. It's a real supply chain attack. So if you see in US, it's a very similar way when you pay in the real time. If you pay in the credit card, you have another company like a Visa or MasterCard or whatever, or like American Express, but they use another Visa or Master, whatever. So that's the key. Like, you are a young guy here, not too old like me, but in the past when I need to, pay someone or I need to, doing deposit, I need to go to the physical bank. When I go to the physical bank, I put in the envelope, like in the end of the bank close, one person go to the bank, retire your envelope, go to the system, type, okay, this is account of Flip. They, deposit this amount. They put in the system. Was a person in the past, right? But right now, just paying is very fast. So because of that, it's important to understand those paths here, those chain. Because remember, I'm talking about the business right now. So you need to think about your company, how it works in your company, how many third-party companies is involved with that in this process. Because in the end of the day, you will understand what is this exactly terms works and how is the impact of misconfiguration. Talk about choke points, another term. Basically, this is the converge moment when many or multiple attack paths converge for the same high-value target. Cool. I explain what is high-value target. I explain to you what is attack path, and I explain what is a choke point. I don't understand what is a fucking choke point, Philip. Just to explain to you. So imagine that you have a high-value target in your company here, like this one guy here. You have many possibilities to go until this high-value target. Many attack paths, many shortest paths. Maybe you have 1 or 2 shortest paths. Who knows here? Who here knows about the Bloodhound? Okay, if you go to Bloodhound, you can click in the shortest path, right? So for the one single ad, the first person, what is the shortest path until the domain controller, right? So this is the shortest path. You can have the long path, or you can have the shortest path. So when you talk about the choke point, basically, you can have more than one path to go until the high-value target. Here, the choke point is the way when you stop the attack. Because if there are a bunch of ways to go to the high-value target, there are one way that you can stop the attack. Basically, this is the choke point, okay? That is cool. Challenge in the cloud, you know that better than me. So this is the challenge. Many branches comes to the cloud because 76% at least using two. Who here are using more than one cloud providers? Just to, so in this room, we have more than 76%. Just a statistic here, more than 76 in this room, okay? And 33% comes to the account, compromised, privileged account compromised, okay? That's a lot to manage it. Like this is, I don't know if you know this information, okay? This is a lot of information, but like more than 80,000, permissions in the cloud, AWS, 2,000 in Azure, and 11,000 in GCP. Cool. Something happened here. I was hacked. I'm not talking about virus. I'm talking about cloud. Okay, here we go. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Anyway, let me just stand it and mirror again just to organize this. Not too good? Okay. 1 second. Let me press the bottom once again. But, just to... I know that. Okay. Okay. It's many things to manage. That's the simple explanation here. And now talking about the sexy part, okay? So just to explain what is exactly AAM in AWS, it's coming to the service responsible for control, manage every permissions in the AWS. So they will be responsible for connected like a puzzle, okay? Because if you work with cloud, you know how this works. When you talk about virtual environments, in the past, we have like virtual machine, storage, memory, how you manage those virtual machines. In cloud is different. It's like a puzzle. You have storage, you have like CPU, ECS, or EC2 instance. You have a storage behind that you need to attach it, is something. And basically, the service responsible for control or integrate those type of things is the IAM service, okay? Here, how you can manage those type of things, you have this is the policies from the AWS. Here you have the statement that is basically responsible for configure the policy. Inside of this statement, you have the effect here, as you can see, that allows you or deny you to access something. And you have the actions here that include a bunch of permissions in the cloud, basically. And of course, resource is another important information. It's best practice to set exactly ARN. It means AWS research name. You should, define each research name that you use in the AWS. The big error here, it uses what here? You know what is the big mistake here? When you set some policies in AWS, the big mistake, using the research, the asterisks. Like, let's put in the asterisks. But, okay, Felipe, it's not common. It's a fucking common. Take a look at this. So the questions for you guys, because we have a time. Who think this configuration is safe? Who is thinking that's not safe? Who think it's fucking nothing? Cool. We have a bunch of people that are thinking nothing. That's interesting. That's cool. That's that's true. But like I like this question because the good answer is it depends. That's true. Because if you think with me, okay, you need to buy a solution, the CSPM provided, Cloud Security Posture Management, right? You need to buy. What is the best, Philippe? I haven't fucking idea. You need to test whatever solution you want. But they requires to you a user. And the user should have the read-only access. So the right guy requires the right permission. This is the right permission. So it's safe because of the integration of this guy. However, if I ask you, the financial guy needs to have this permission? Of course not. He's the wrong guy. You see? So it depends of the person that received this permission. But if you see, it's not a custom policy. This is standard policy from who? From AWS. So as I explained to you, the effect is allow, and the actions just list every single thing in groups, user, policies, and whatever. But again, so if you go to the AWS website and you need to set some permission there, you go to the standard because it's best practice from the AWS, right? So another question that I have to you, so who here knows or who knows about the framework called AWS Well Architecture? That's fucking cool. No one's cool about that. But basically, this is the guidance recommended from the AWS. So if you work with AWS, you see how the problem is not about the developer. It's about who configured the AWS. Because the frameworks from the AWS, we suggest you the well architecture, how you should implement the well architecture in AWS. But be relaxed, because I always ask this in my talks. And usually, I can see like 5% in the room that know about well architecture. And one of the principles about the well architecture is the least privilege. So that I need to look into each user and each permission. Remember the title of the talk? Dangers of fucking misconfiguration. So if I don't know about the least privilege concept or how I should look into the permissions, I cannot apply this in my environment. So that's my takes here for you. Okay, let's return into these ideas. Okay, basically it's some ideas that I'd like to bring to you. To get some secrets and tokens at AWS, we need to get this from some place, right? So basically here is the simple code that you can use in your GitHub or GitLab. Just a simple to get some credentials or access key and secret keys from AWS, GCP, OCI, and generic, whatever. So you can just configure this in your environment, set your token here. You can run it for education purpose, I can say this, okay? And you can run it privately in your environment. To try to figure if some developer, putting this credentials open to the, let's say, private GitHub or private GitLab or even public. It's okay, Philip, but it's just for the staging, it's the developer environment, it's the stage environment, it's not production. You should try in the production if it works or not. Just an idea. But just to understand how you can get this access. Once you have this information, what is the next steps here? So if you have some access here, it's simple like this. If you don't have any experience, just say to you, just type here AWS AAM, like a service, okay? Can you see my screen? I think you can see my screen. After that, you just type configure, if I'm not wrong. I think that's it. No, it's wrong. The AWS configure, yeah. Configure, no. Just what? No, it's not. No, it's a, let me check. AWS, it's a configurer. There are some technical here, just to help me. No, it's a AWS. Oh, that's it. AWS configure. Yeah, because I'm setting the CLI configuration. Sorry, my mistake. I'm just putting AAM because I'm going fast. But this is simple information that requires to you to access the CLI. They requires to you the access key, and the second one is secret. Once you have this information, it's done because the other information is default. Okay, Philip, but it's just getting access to the US East one. Okay, but I don't know what is the others region. Of course you can know. Just go to the AWS website and ask it to the AWS how many regions they have. Once you have the access key and secrets, just typing and set, not the full region. You can set each one of them just to see what kind of information you have in each region. Makes sense to you guys, right? The second one is another default. The output doesn't care. That's it. Once I have there inside just AWS AAM users, for example, or policy, Let's see users. Not users. It's users. Not users. I know what the command, but if I share with you, you know my users. No, let me return here. It's better. Because here, in this case, and I try list users, not users. If I try list users, if you see this print screen or the screenshot, we can see the access deny. Why does this happen? Because the access key and the credentials, or secrets, secrets, didn't allow me to access the list of users. So let me return here. Okay, this is the lab, fucking doesn't care. List users. So if you see, I can see many users here, super fast. You see the users here, right? So just to see many users. This is a lab, but it doesn't matter. But just to explain, it's just super easy. So in this case, didn't allow me to list user, list policies, and list group. Why? Because the secret and key, the configurations applied in this user didn't allow me to access these informations. Is that okay? Did you understand? Cool. So after that, I went to the AWS and I created a new policy version. So if you see here, if you don't, it's easy to use it. The AWS, you have like access level, as you can see here. We have a list, read, write, and permission management and tagging is a type of level of configuration you have in AWS. I'm talking just about the AAM, okay? You can set here the permissions using the UI, as I'm showing to you now, or you can use the JSON file, okay? Once I chose here, for example, one single action, I just chose one single action. This action is create policy version, as you can see here, and simple, one action. Can you see here on the screen? One single action. I'm just sharing to you the impact of this specifically statement or this policy. I'm just creating a custom policy here, custom, since in the beginning. So if you see, the effect is just allow me, and the action is only one, create policy. And the research, in this case, I put in more in difficult way here, let's say, because I could use in the asterisk. Remember the first example, EIM read-only access, is asterisk for everything. In this case, I just put in asterisk in the policy perspective. You see that? It's more difficult for the attacker. Just policy. I'm not putting everything. Just to show you what is the impact. So now let's see what is the impact here. So once I actually, let's suppose that I'm newbie guy, okay? I don't know how I can set something. So I went to the website, whatever, the Google or the ChatGPT, whatever. You can decide what is your new search or new research. So I asked it to the Google in that case, and how I can creating a full access in the cloud in the AWS. So they suggest me this code. Okay, I copy and paste, as you can see here, and I call the attacker exploitation JSON here file. And if you see, they will allow me to access the whole AAM. Remember those bunch of level like read, write, permission management, tags, whatever. But here they suggest me the organization. I don't have what does that mean, organization. So if you don't know, and when you talk about AWS and GCP and other providers, you have two different layers to manage it. One is the organization level. Let's suppose your company has organization, and you can have more than one account behind of this organization level. So maybe if you're part of the big group, let's suppose that your company has a group called whatever, GC. I create now the name. And behind of this group, we have 4 companies. So usually, for the architecture perspective, you have one organization level for the group. And behind of this group, you have each account for each group. So when you copy and paste this code, you give the access to the organization level. Okay? Just to clarify this. Because after that, I went to the Google again and asked to Google how I can set a new create policy version using CLI, using command line interface. And they suggest me this command, AWS, create policy version, setting the AWS research name, the name of the policy that I created, and they need to set the policy document. If you see here, the name of the document, attack exploitation JSON. And if you see here this tag in the, not tag, but this parameter here set as a default. When I type here, it works. So I was here in this level. Remember this level? This is the policy that I created, right? And here I was in the account level, one single account level. Once I elevate the privilege here, now I am in the organization level. Now I can see all accounts behind of this organization. It's not a 0-day. It's just one single action. They impacted one single action. You see that? So now we have a list of users. It's interesting because I blocked this information here. I hid the information, but I showed the information to you. It's a lab. Doesn't care. Okay? So that's the impact here. So, okay. So how I can, organize that, how I can deal with that. So there are a bunch of open source tools and free tools that I can share with you. I'm just sharing some tools to help you. One of these is cartography. Okay? Cartography, like this one here. As the open source tool, you can use in your environment, you can test. They support in these different, let's say, connectors, because in the end of the day, you need to connect using APIs to go to the AWS or to go to the GCP, as you can see here, or other platforms, and you need to collect those identities. And usually, this type of tools requires to you the access, the read-only access, the first policy that I show you, remember, that I ask you if they're safe or not, requires to you these permissions. Why? Because you need to integrate with that, and they need to bring it to you, these users, with the right permissions to bring you those informations. Once you have this, you can go to the, let's say, the tool, and you need to understand more about Cypher queries. When you understand the Cypher queries here, of course, you need to understand more about the Neo4j database, or maybe if you are familiar with the Neo4j database or main graphs, you can set some commands you can see here in the GraphWay. This is one tool. Another tool is cartography, is AWS PX, is another tool that I can share with you. This is super interesting because they can bring you these informations in the same way. Like this one here. I have my lab here. So they will work in the same way here. Below you can see it's small, okay, but you need to understand more about Cypher query, how each Cypher query works. We'll have 10 minutes. That's cool. Thank you, sir. You're a super guy. And but basically here you can see how this graphical works. For example, if I click here in CFO, you can click here in the right bottom. You can see, for example, the embodied actions. You can see how many actions you see here in this environment, for example. So the question is, why this blessed CFO is a part of the administrator access group? Just because he paid our salary. But they have an access here. What that means in this case? So based on these configurations here, and this, actually, he's a part of the administrator group, and they are part of this administrator access here. And if you see, there are 49 actions. So let's see how many actions we have here. So let's take a look about this specifically actions. We can choose whatever you want here and to choose what is the more dangerous actions. Remember, inside of one single permission, we have a bunch of action. I just show you the impact about one action. So let's see, for example, this one here, the attach user policy. What that means? That I can de-attach one specific policy. Let me explain the impact of this attach user policy. So let's suppose that you get the credentials, secrets, and access. And you run this command here that I show you. Okay? You type this command here. Thank you. Yeah, thank you again. Oh, it's here. You type here the configure, for example. You type here, you go inside, okay? And after that, you go to AWS EAM list policy, for example. List policies. So once you type here, you will see all policies you have with your environment. So there are a bunch of policies. So take a look at this one here. This is let's say, this is a custom policy, okay? Let's suppose, okay, this user just have attach policy, attach demo, and demo lab. 2 custom policies, not too danger. However, maybe you found one of these users that has the attach user policy. What that means? These single actions allow you to attach a new user policy. Okay, Felipe, can be danger or not? We know, you know, I know that AWS has one single administration access standard policy. You can go to the AWS website. You can see this standard there. And if you see that is there, you just can attach a new one. Simple like this. Just because one single action set it wrong. You see what is the impact? You don't need to know, because when you go to the AWS, you need to configure the EC2 instance, right? So if you're not familiar with that, you go to the AWS, and they suggest to you the proper EC2 policy standard from who? From AWS. But you need to check all actions that are inside of this specifically policy, because it's a standard from AWS. Okay, Felipe, you are telling me that I should custom all those policies in my environment? Yes. But is it too much? I will have a problem with that. Is it too much? Yeah. Welcome to our life. We need to work with that. That's okay. I could use in that, let's say, the standard. Yeah, but if something wrong happened, good looks, sir. You need to have more, work to do. Basically, this is another tool. Let's say, okay. So how Segura works with that? How my company works? How I can help the community? We created this program we call Build With Us. Basically, is the way that you can use in the same similar tools, but in this case, you don't need to know about Neo4j. Don't need to know about Cypher Query, because you just integrate with your environment. Once you integrate with that, we have the community version, as I will show you here, for example, in my environment. Once you have this, integrate with that. I'm using my private email, by the way, one of my private emails, by the way. Once you register that, you can use it for like educations if you want, for master, whatever. If you see here in my console, is in sandbox mode. So when you receive the access, you'll be there. You have this kind of mock. You can see how the tool works. Once you disable that, you can use in your proper environment. And you see here in this right side, the left side here. Let me just disable. It's not here. It's another part here. But you can disable here. Let's see. It's not working my internet here. Okay, leave this in box mode. Let's see if working right now. And yeah, it works right now. So if you see here, basically is the community. So you can integrate with our environment. They just bring it to you the identities here, and you can see how this works in this specifically perspective that I mentioned with you here. You can see the recommendations. You can see the access path here and many different ways. So how this works in the access path perspective, as you can see here. And you don't need to know about like the Cypher Query. Let me just enable the sandbox mode just to finalize here. And another thing that you have in the future, let's say, is about the the AI integrations. When you have integrations, you have here the get insights of the the AI. They will bring it to you some insights about your environment. So if you have a 5 minutes, like me, that I have just 5 minutes to talk, so how I can go and fix those type of things. Another thing that we have is the attack path here, as I show it to you. Getting attached policy, go to here, and you can see here the attack path perspective. You can see what is the requirements. You can see how many users you have behind of this attack path that you need to fix. And machine identity comes the same way here. You can integrate the different ways, and you have, again, the possibilities to integrate many different things. Another tool just to share with you is a SecBridge. It's an open source. In this case, this tool is for a Brazilian guy. It's not exactly in the graph way, but here's more the offensive perspective. They organizing the 2 different tools like a prowler. This is like a CSPM cloud security posture management. And Paku is more offensive perspective to explore cloud environments. When you have this integrated, you can have this for more details, more information. But this tool specifically not exactly for the, let's say, GraphWays. I think that's it. Another tool that I would like to share, because last year they asked me about that, is this specifically tool, is the Starbase. This tool is not exactly for the security perspectives, even they call security analysis here, but basically here is the collector, okay? It's a big source of collector. You can integrate many, more than 100, 100 open source graphs integrations that support you. We can integrate with that, and you can manage that type of things. And this is just a print screen that I showed, and I finish here. Wow, that's cool. If you have questions, I think we have like 45 seconds. No, I'm kidding. Take some time. We are finished. Yeah, I think we. Yeah, we have more 30 minutes. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. Okay. Question on this side.
Sir, please, not difficult question, okay? So be kind. Be kind. Be kind.
Okay, so I spend a lot of time looking at same types of graphs from all different kinds of systems, right? I have a list of people and all the access that they have, and I'm going through and I'm identifying risky stuff, right? So I'm with you there. The problem that I run into is I'm looking at a list for some person I don't know what their job is, I don't know what their role is, it's a service account, whatever, but I see the risk. So if I just go bother somebody and say, hey, here's a bunch of risky stuff that you're allowed to do, please tell me whether or not you actually do this as part of your job. They either have no idea what I'm talking about, or they tell me, yes, I do. I actually do all of that. Leave all of these permissions with me, right? So, and that's not good enough for me. So I usually try to grab logs, from the past like 30, 60 days or whatever, and overlay it to say, here's what you have, right? Here's what you actually used. I want to take away everything that you clearly are not using unless you flag it and say, that's a break glass permission. I need that. Do you have recommendations on tools or frameworks or whatever to make that easy, to overlay the actual used data?
So that's an interesting question, because here you can see, for example, the integration with these tools. Again, this is a community version. And actually, we have another enterprise version, but for now it's free. So everything is free, because I'm the owner of the project. So I'm not the owner of the company, but I'm the owner of the project. So it's free. But anyway, you can see here, never use it here. So this is one way that you can show with the user.
Yep, that is exactly. I need this for every system under the sun.
Yeah,
not just AWS.
Like,
right?
man, it's completely. So they just using 35 services in AWS. So why you have more 30? 300
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
permissions.
On my Android phone, right, it reminds me every 30 days, hey, I'm taking away permissions on apps that you haven't used. Why doesn't AWS do that, right? Like,
yeah. So, but the point is, if you don't have a visibility, because you need to go to the AWS, you go to the 30 days,
It's a whole exercise. I have to pay people to do this, or spend like weeks doing it myself.
You know
as
that,
part of, like, ISO audits.
but for the GCP perspective, in this same tool, because this tool is created by customers.
Yeah.
That we put in Brazil, we put in US. So many companies are using these tools. And one of the features that we have for the GCP, for example, is because GCP is based on the rule of the users. And one of the things that we received from this specific company in Brazil, they ask us, okay, I would like to see the vision about every user that don't have any, permissions applied to this user. So, because sometimes they have some permissions, but now they don't have any privilege account attached to them.
Like if they get their just-in-time access,
yeah,
what can they
exactly.
do? Yeah.
So that's the key. So if you don't have visibility, how we can fix this? So basically, the challenge is, so we need to figure what is the right tool for my right environment. So we can use this for free again. So that's one
Excellent.
way
Thank
that
you.
we can use. You have a question.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. You didn't speak at all about agents. When it comes to agents and their identity, which all new notion that is just thrown into this complicated system, and this, how does it affect the threat landscape and the applicability of these graph analysis?
Good questions. I don't know if you're familiar with that. I can talk in two different ways here. One is about how the different tools is integrated in different environments. They use an API integrations. So I think your question is more about agent AI. Is that correct?
Yeah, agentic AI.
Agentic AI, perfect. So this is one of the topics very common that I was in the Identiverse a few months ago. It's here, by the way, in Vegas. So I think many companies are creating or starting some research. My company, for example, they are creating now the integration with agentic AI because many companies are using, for example, to buy something like, because the agent AI, they requires many privileged access, different permissions. So talking about the threat landscape, so once you get the access to the agent AI, you have the whole permissions behind, above this agent AI. And that's the big challenge for the identity companies because they need to manage how as this permission this agent AI has, for example, to buy something in different websites, for example. And now, in my case, for example, I'm doing some research, but my developer team are creating the solution to that. And that's the key. And by the way, and this year, I think 2 months ago, or 3 months ago, don't remember exactly, the Identiverse event here at Vegas that are a specific event for the identity. So I saw 4 or 5 companies developing the agent AI for the security perspective. But in talk about the landscape, actually, many companies are using this mainly for buying things or for automated things because they will, understand how let me bring it real example here. Let's suppose that your company is responsible for buying, it's a e-commerce. So they need to buy, for example, they need to figure what is the best Nike tennis shoes more cheaper. So they go to the Amazon, they go to whatever website that you have. Once they go to different websites, they will choose what is the more lowest pricing, and based on this lowest price, they will buy these Nike tennis shoes. So the point is, so to buy this, they need to have a permissions for paying something, like they need to have the credit card associated with that. They need to have permissions to buy this product. It depends on the website. They need to be the research. They need to have a registration. So everything is about identity. So we should manage this. Actually, the identity companies is not prepared for that yet. But some companies are doing research, and other companies are creating products for that.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate. Good questions.
Okay, one
last
more
one.
over
Last
here.
one.
Last one over there.
But not least. Last one.
So the question that I have is built on his.
Yeah, just get the mic so it'll be on the recording.
So the question I have builds on his, because you were mentioning how just-in-time access would have helped the financial institute that had the hack. Well, with one of the big things that they're selling with agentic AI is it's 24/7. So how does that work with just-in-time access? And I mean, it's one of those where I'm going, it seems like one of the tools for trying to prevent these hacks is actually being destroyed by this 24/7 because the purchaser, agentic AI, there might be better prices at 2 a.m. versus at 8 a.m.
Yeah, but that's interesting because in this case, we should look into another feature talking about identities, calling, for example, user behavior, or like we should associate it like behavior process. Let's say tentative of payments in 2 a.m. and or like tentative of payment in 30 seconds or 10 seconds every time. So probably someone get inside of the agent AI, they try to buy different product in one single short time. So this is, or for the different locations, geolocations. So we can use like, okay, just-in-time access is another way to protect, but like the concept of the agent AI is about 24 hours, or let's say 24/7, you know what I mean? So that's the key. So we need to using another type of, ways to protect. That's, I'm telling about the research about agent AI, because many companies are putting this to automated process. It's a super nice for the security perspective and the offensive perspective guys as well. Because again, so they are using some concepts to creating this technology, but in this case, in my perspective, to protect is based on behavior, should be the behavior. Because, okay, the attack that happened in Brazil is based on, and we should block it to the just-in-time. Another way to block it, it's about behavior. Because the access that the criminals has is based on the insider. So was the user, the employee access. So if they had the behavior analysis about the payment process, they should revoke these credentials. Once they revoke this credential, they will block it. Awesome
Thank you very much. Thank you, Felipe.
Appreciate it. Guys, thank you so much for being here until now. Have a good, amazing night.
Thanks, everyone. And that's the end of the PasswordsCon track for today. Have a good afternoon, or evening, I should say.